Hello everybody. That's oh, that's we had an absolute doozy of a judge call tonight. And if my mouse would actually work, that would be awesome. There we go. Now I'm fully set in here. Hello everybody. Second stream of the night. This one is the tonight's Sketch Academy tournament. Round 1 is mostly already finished. I always say if I start round 1, it's because I've gotten everything done and nothing's happening in the background. Stuff was happening in the background. We are going to make sure I fix the phases because tonight we have over 60 people who popped in, so this is turned into a 7 rounds of Swiss. Yeah, 7 Swiss rounds into a top 8. So we're gonna have a lot of matches playing tonight. We're gonna have hopefully some good times here. Hopefully move past some of the some bad actors doing some horrifying things in the background that I will not speak of on stream because I couldn't even tell you what was said or written down without breaking TOS on Twitch. So, we're gonna move on. Hey Leafeon, how are you doing tonight? Let's see, who's still going here right now? Do we have any matches we can join partway in? Looks like most people are basically finished already. There are a handful still going. That's in the middle of game 3. That would have been cool to see, though. Well, right now, let's double check. We might... New tab. Ooh, okay. This match may be over very shortly also, but we'll find out. We're just gonna throw that up on screen very quickly before I... Oh, no room found. Did that match just end? Damn. That match literally ended as I was typing in the room code. Okay. Hey, when I said that most of this already looks like it's done, yeah. Might not have to wait too long for round 2 at this point. How about these guys? Okay, alright. I think looks like this game, this one just finished game 2, and it is currently sitting 1-1. So this is probably our match. We're gonna join game 3 in progress. Okay, game 3 is kicking off. Score is currently 1-1. You still won, though? Excellent. Why does my tour always give you sand? That is the question. Okay. We are jumping in on this match between Dandy and Lucky. They are just starting game 3. Tied 1 apiece. I have absolutely no idea how this has been going so far. Aside from literally game 2 just ended a second before while I was looking at it. So perfect game to jump in on. Anyways, as I was mentioning before, tournament got severely delayed on start because of a handful of match issues going on. Not the least of which being somebody who replaced all of the text on their team sheet with some super inappropriate things. It was so bad, I had to get rid of that drop and ban that individual immediately. And immediately screenshotted everything and reported it to every other Limitless organizer so they could ban him immediately as well. So, you know. Anyways, we've got the Farigiraf and Kangaskhan on one side, and Tyranitar and Corviknight on the other. Is this an Iron Body Press Corviknight, or is it one of the more support set ones? Yes, you are correct. For the most part, I don't care about nicknames. If your nicknames are slurs, or just plain insulting, or just horrifying things, yeah, that is definitely not allowed. Also, this person had replaced all of the move names with the same sort of thing, so that the team sheet wasn't even accurate. So, yeah. Oh, we got a Mega Tyranitar, Mega Kangaskhan. Farigiraf goes for Protect, turn 1. We got the Drain Punch out of the Mega Kangaskhan going into the T-Tar. Not quite managing to take it out with that, even with the extra boost from the Mega. But the Crunch from the T-Tar will be going into the Farigiraf's Protect. And so will the Taunt out of the Corviknight. Meaning the only damage being done to Dandy this turn is Sand. Ain't you seen Mega T-Tar? Yeah. I mean, not a lot of people use it, so you don't see it often. I mean, I say that, I've seen it as a secondary Mega on a bunch of teams, but I've never actually seen them use it, so. Alright, Farigiraf is getting swapped out for the Charizard. T-Tar is going for the Protect. It's another Drain Punch from the Mega Kangaskhan, hitting that Protect, letting Corviknight go for the Taunt into a Pokemon that is probably going to be doing nothing but attacking. But that does mean that the Charizard is not going to be able to hit Protect. So, that's definitely something. Would a name like Gunboy be okay? Just asking, because you might have to change it. Okay, so, realistically, most online organizers won't have an issue with that. However, I do think, like, if you're trying to use it in an official tournament, or, like, locals, depending on the organizer of the locals, and almost certainly the actual, like, regionals, I'm pretty sure they will have an issue with it. It's not derogatory, but you're gonna have you're gonna have those judges that look at it and go, like, depending on the judge, I can see certain judges having issues with that for reasons that I'm not gonna get into disagreeing with those people as they do. But most online organizers probably won't worry about that. It's the live official tournaments you may have to worry about that in. Yeah, you'd say no just because it... I mean, okay, fair. See, Leafeon? I think that's funny. But yeah, Overkill is probably correct. It's not inherently a sexual thing per se, so it shouldn't fall foul of the rules, but depending on the judge, the argument could 100% be made. Alright, that is a Dire Claw hitting the Charizard. And a Brave Bird going into the Charizard as well. I was expecting the Charizard to Mega and take away the Sand a while ago, and that just kind of didn't happen. We do have the Sylveon now in the field. Sneasler is going down. Oh, they already used the... Oh yeah, Mega Kangaskhan. Duh. I forgot about that, just because Kangaskhan, Mega Kangaskhan from behind looks like regular Kangaskhan, and I was busy talking about other things. Alright, we got the Excadrill coming out here. Looks disapprovingly. I know you wanted me to play Gambling with Friends with you tonight. I know. I got a tournament to host, and the people on the Discord really like when I stream it, so I'm not saying no to that. Not unless we got D&D going. Alright, we got Frigoraph coming back out. It's a quick attack from the Sylveon. And an Iron Head. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Oh, Layman ruined it? Okay. We got a Brave Bird coming out, going into the Frigoraph. Not gonna do, yeah, about a third of its HP in damage. Oh, probably not the amount that the, that Lucky wanted it to. The Sand is gone, but Tyranitar could easily just roll back out and fix that. You're trying to make a team around a single Pokemon? Which Pokemon? Frigoraph. Frigoraph goes for the Protect once again. She's going to block Excadrill's Rock Slide, which is still going to connect into the Sylveon, which, yep, that doesn't have enough HP left. Slowbro, you say. Ooh, that would be fun. And the Taunt will miss. Will go into the Protect. The Tailwind on the opposing side is now gone. Both players remit with 3 Pokemon still remaining. Mega Kangaskhan is returning to the field. No, I know, it's a guess. Knowing Overkill, that's a possibility. I'm gonna guess, if you're saying it's funny in a massive tank, I'm just gonna guess maybe it's Aggron. The Rock Slide coming out again, not doing that much damage to either Pokemon, even though it was a crit onto the Farigiraf. Activating its Citrus Berry, bringing it back up. We did get a flinch from the Fake Out, and Trick Room is up. Yeah, too obvious? Yeah, maybe. But Overkill doesn't exactly pay actual attention to, like, meta Pokemon, so I don't think he knows about the wall. You got a Mega Aggron team with support Arcanine? Nice. I've been meaning to get around to building my Mega Aggron team. The Hyper Voice out of the Farigiraf can do a little bit of damage to the Corviknight, not a whole lot. Corviknight is going to go for a Roost, healing itself up almost to full again. And the Drain Punch will hit the Protect on the Excadrill. For a round one match, they're both playing this super carefully and trying their damnedest here. This is actually a really close match. In the most turtle match you've ever seen. I mean, I was semi-expecting it when I picked this match. Because I didn't get the stream started until most matches were already done. And this was one of the last, like, 3 or 4 that were still going. It's currently one of the last 2 going. And it was Game 3. Literally just starting Game 3 when I checked it out. Farigiraf goes for the Hyper Voice, doing a little bit of damage to both targets. Not a whole lot. 2 Steel types on the opposite side. The Brave Bird coming out of the Corviknight. Not doing a huge amount to the Mega Kangaskhan. That will be a Drain Punch, KOing the Excadrill. Letting the Mega Kangaskhan recover back up to about 3/4 of its health. Corviknight, that Corviknight is stall as hell, man. Oh my god. The Mega T-Tar comes back out, bringing up the sand again, boosting Corviknight's defense. But that Mega T-Tar is not looking so hot right now. It's only 12 HP remaining. We're going to see a Protect on the T-Tar, predicting them trying to KO it, or are they just going to try and get something off? So with the Trick Room up, I don't know how the speed tiers would work out for it. It's probably going to be going last here. Yep. T-Tar goes for the Protect to try and prevent his opponent from KOing it, but the Sucker Punch goes into the Corviknight. And so does the Hyper Voice, gonna go for the spread damage. Gonna cut Corviknight's HP to half. T-Tar will live the round. Corviknight's gonna go for that Brave Bird once again. Not picking up quite enough damage. Doing a little more to itself and chip. Sandstorm will continue to damage Dandy's side, leaving Lucky B. That Leftover's going off again. The round only has 3.5 minutes remaining, so this game's going to have to end very, very shortly. Got 7 minutes left? Yeah. No, I don't mean the game in the game. I mean there's the tournament website we use has a match timer. Yeah, nobody uses white herb quite like you, Croc. 100%. Mega T-Tar has gone down. And this match, they have about 2 minutes and 40 seconds to finish this match. And it will end with a forfeit. With Lucky figuring that there's no way out of this. They're not going to manage to pick up the win at this point. Giving the win to Dandy. White herb racist. Alrighty, let's get a couple things squared away now that I'm not watching that. Yep, we got that, we got that, alright. Oh, all matches are now complete. Excellent. I just have to do a quick addition here. Do the tournament things. That. Dashboard. Okay. So that is all matches are done. We're gonna... The Draco Supremacist. Oh my goodness. Gonna end the round. Round 2 matches are now paired. Just gonna take a second to announce it in the Discord. Okay, let me just get that out. Okay. So, we're not gonna bring up... Not going to bring up the team sheet for that one, because we don't have time. We're just gonna move right along here to our next match. Who is going to be... Yeah, usually I like to go over the team sheet, but that was literally the last match in the round, and we gotta move on. Yeah. Oh, all team sheets are available on the Limitless page as well. I should update that. I don't think I updated that. I think, you know what? Why not? We're gonna... I think I already know who we're going to check out the match for. Alright, so I'm going to plop up this for now. These are the current standings after round 1. Not that it matters hugely at this moment in time, but you know. That's literally only one match into the tournament. I've selected our round 2 match that we are going to watch. Croc saw me enter the room 100%. Is just sitting there like, oh, this is what we're doing this round. Okay. We have both players in. Gonna use the full name so everybody knows, and not just their in-game name. Alrighty. So yeah, our round 2 stream match is going to be Queer Crocodile, aka Jamie, versus JNR Salvador, otherwise known as Dre Dre. Now, for those who don't know my usual criteria for selecting what match we're going to be watching in any given round, I try, first and foremost, to pick the higher-ranking players in each go, but I also try not to feature the same person twice unless we're in top 10. All right. Croc's bringing out the Whimsicott and the Archaludon. Meanwhile, Dre Dre has got the Sneasler and the Whimsicott on their side. Now, knowing from past, Croc runs a rather unique Archaludon set. So we're going to see if that gives them enough of an advantage this round. Archaludon is being brought back in favor of Basculegion coming out. The opposing Whimsicott sets up Tailwind. It's going to be a close... Yep, that was a close combat that was aimed directly at the Archaludon. Not going to do anything to the Basculegion. And Whimsicott going for the Moonblast into the Sneasler, picking up half of its HP and damage. The Archaludon has been brought out, and will take the Dire Claw with no damage because of Steel resists. That will be a flip turn into the Sneasler. Hey Trey, how you doing tonight? As usual, Croc is kind of calling out their opponent really well. Croc is a several-time champion of our tournament as well. So, obviously for good reason. Sneasler not trying it this time, going for the Protect. But Whimsicott is going to go for a Taunt. Which is fine, because that Whimsicott was going for a Moonblast anyway. With the Whimsicott locked into what I believe it's just Moonblast, as its only offensive option. Will Croc swap them out? Yep. We'll see the swap out of the Whimsicott for the Archaludon. The opposing Whimsicott will go for the Moonblast into Basculegion, not doing a whole lot. But will be enough to stack with the Dire Claw. Still not quite enough damage to the Basculegion. And no status effect. And that flip turn's gonna take out the Sneasler once and for all. Send Basculegion back to the Croc. It's gonna be the Whimsicott coming back out, now free of the taunt. Yep. Croc's gonna bring back out their Whimsicott as the opposing side's Tailwind goes away. Alright, Draydray bringing out the Charizard now. We will see the Mega Evolution from the Charizard, well, Mega evolving into Mega Charizard. Why? Bringing out the Sun with its Drought ability. Yes, advertising in my chat. That'll be a Draco Meteor out of the Archaludon into the Mega Charizard, doing a fair amount of its damage. And setting off its White Herb to reset those stats back to normal as the Whimsicott the opposing Whimsicott going for a Moonblast into Crocs. Not going to pick up a huge amount of damage, but just enough. Probably enough to help that Heat Wave take it down. There's that White Herb. The Basculegion will return to the field. Not much caring for that sunlight, but I mean, the sunlight doesn't matter when you're just spamming Last Respects. So. Charizard going for the Protect, trying to prevent it from getting KO'd this turnaround. Whimsicott will put the Tailwind back up, guarantee their speed advantage. Basculegion will go for that Flip Turn, which will connect into the Protect, not allowing it to swap out. That will be a Flash Cannon into the Whimsicott, knocking it down to its Focus Sash. Hey, Lyric! Thank you for the raid! How we doing tonight? Saw you playing Repo with Lanny earlier. Flip Turn out of the Basculegion will take out the Whimsicott, which only really has 1 HP left anyway. Swapping it back to into Jamie's thing, which means we're going to see the last Pokemon on Jamie's team, which, is it the Floette? Yeah. Croc's not going to go without their Floette for a whole match. And that Draco Meteor connecting into the Charizard, picking up the KO. Draydray is now down both Pokemon on. Down 2 extra Pokemon, down to their last. Who's it going to be? Will be the Rotom Wash. Unfortunately, I think Rotom is washed in this scenario, so, yep, you crack the door open if you need. That is my dinner arriving. Yeah, boo, bad pun, I know. That Rotom is hitting Protect, trying to preserve itself for another turn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the, I was probably trying to wait out the tailwind to get the speed advantage back, honestly. But once again, with Croc having 3 Pokemon remaining, not quite sure if the Rotom's going to be able to do much there. Floette goes for the Protect to try and stop it from getting hit by whatever's about to happen. Rotom goes for the Thunderbolt into Floette. And that's going to be another Draco Meteor out of the Archaludon. Not doing a huge amount, but about a third. Hey, Yamper, how we doing tonight? We feeling good today? I mean, we always feeling good. That Rotom took about a third of its HP already in damage. Archaludon will get switched back, bringing back out the Basculegion. And Floette will go for that single target Moonblast, wiping out the remainder of Rotom's HP. Bringing game 1 of that round to a close in favor of Croc. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, someone broke into our house last night and stole a dozen eggs. They also left a pan of simmering water on the stove. Police believe it was poachers. Score has been updated. We are ready to roll for game 2. We love the funny Archaludon. We love it. We got the Whimsicott and the Basculegion on Croc's side. We got a Kingambit and Whimsicott on the other. I'm just realizing I have a whole, I have a side table that doesn't really have a lot of room for the food box of pizza that I now have. But I do have that keyboard stand in front of me that I'm currently not using for my keyboard. So, it's now a pizza box stand. Do have... Ooh. Yep. That Iron Head is going to do a critical hit on the Whimsicott, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. I mean, the floor is also good. I don't like putting food on the floor. I don't care if it's in a box or on a plate. So then I have to bend over to pick it up every time, and I would have already eaten, but I was playing games with Zane and company because it was his birthday, so I didn't end up making food earlier. So, pizza during a tournament. Dredre is going to bring back the Kingambit and bring out the Sneasler to get some fake-out pressure going. Meanwhile, Croc swims... Oh. Alright. Croc's Whimsicott is going to go for the Encore into Whimsicott. Not going to pick it up because of the Protect. Archaludon's going to use the Aura Sphere, expecting that to have been the Kingambit slot, but here we are. Now sitting with some fake-out pressure on Dredre's side. It would be funny to encore the other Whimsicott and have it continue to try and use Protect, but we'll see. We'll see. Croc may have another idea in mind. Dre will withdraw the Whimsicott, probably seeing exactly what I just said coming. Bringing out the Charizard instead. Croc will also swap out the funny Archaludon, bringing in Floette. Whimsicott will use the Moonblast into the Sneasler slot, picking up a fair amount of its HP. Setting off its White Herb. And the Dire Claw will pick up the KO, not that it was going to take much with 1 HP remaining, but finishing off the Whimsicott, always a good idea. Archaludon is returning to the field. We saw Croc kind of playing it around the Sneasler last time, because that close combat is not a fun hit to take. Though the Moonblast giving Sneasler the stat drop was kind of fortuitous, because it set off the White Herb early so that Sneasler can't just spam close combat without being really easy to KO. We will see the Mega Evolution from the Floette. And Charizard going for Protect instead of directly into the Mega Evolution. But Floette will also hit Protect this time. Probably seeing the Dire Claw coming. Nope, that will be a close combat out of the Sneasler into the Archaludon, bringing it down to 1 HP because of its sturdy ability. Okay. I forgot that that's what Croc put on that, because I haven't seen it go off once in any of the matches I've seen, but I guess that's why that's there. The Tailwind will peter out. Okay. That match ended with Croc forfeiting. Yeah, Croc wasn't in a great position with Archaludon down to 1 HP. So, we're going to take this one to Game 3. No, we're going to Game 3. We're all tied up. Not 100% sure what the mentality was there for the forfeit, but yeah. Archaludon down to 1 HP, Floette. And the Whimsicott down, basically. Floette and Floette being threatened by the King Gambit in the back, as well as the Sneasler with the Dire Claw. Was probably hoping to pick up the KO that turn, and yeah, it didn't happen. Hit the Protect, expecting the Dire Claw, mispredicted. Archaludon got chunked for it, and that Croc probably figured that there wasn't a way to win the game from there. Hey, Lammy! Thank you for the follow! How are you doing? You enjoy Repo? Now, I dropped in with the raid from my earlier shenanigans, but looked like you were having fun with everybody. Alright, going into Game 3, we got Croc, aka Jamie, versus Dre finishing up here. This time, Croc's going to start the match with their Floette and Whimsicott going. And Dre is starting the same way as Game 2 with the Whimsicott and the King Gambit. The players who set up the room pick the music. There's like 3 to 5 songs depending on whether you pay for the membership or not. Sometimes they set randomized, sometimes they want a specific song. We got the Tailwind on both sides starting off this match, and Floette goes directly for the Light of Ruin into the King Gambit, which will off it right out of the gate. Not taking any chances this time. Half of its HP gone from that hit. I mean, you can ask. Croc is super active in our Discord, so you always have the ability to ask. Blowout will be swapped back. Not wanting to take any chances with the half HP there. The Arcanine coming out. Intimidate, not really doing much here, but definitely going to be intimidating that Charizard with the Rock type there. Whimsicott not taking chances, going for the Protect. And, yep, Croc's Whimsicott went for the Moonblast, so it was a good prediction. Charizard going for the Heat Wave, not doing a huge amount to Arcanine, but Whimsicott is going to get knocked down to its Focus Sash. Apparently that hit on the Arcanine was a crit. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You can ask. Like, the open team sheet you can just look at. The EVs and stuff, yeah, no, you have to ask Croc for that. I also know Croc's planning on taking that to Indianapolis, so you might have to wait until after this weekend. Upcoming. Sneasler will come out in place of the Whimsicott. Charizard going for the Protect. Whimsicott goes for an Encore, but not going to do much because Sneasler hasn't done anything yet. That will be a Rock Slide out of the Arcanine. Not doing a huge amount for the Sneasler, and Charizard being protecting, really not going to do a whole lot. That Charizard's incredibly threatened by the Arcanine right now. But that Sneasler could also very much KO either of the above. That is an Extreme Speed from the Arcanine right now. And a Moonblast from the Whimsicott, hoping to finish off the Sneasler before it can do anything. The Sneasler lives on 1 HP, goes for the close combat into the Arcanine, picking up the KO right there. Unfortunate. The 1 HP survival from the Sneasler. Oh boy. And that's going to be a Weather Ball from the Charizard, picking up that 1 HP KO into the Whimsicott. Nice and safe after all of that. And both sides are now without their Tailwind. Croc down to their last 2 Pokemon. The Mega Floette sitting at half HP, and whatever else is sitting in the back currently. It is the Archaludon! As we saw before, the Archaludon doesn't exactly like the concept of getting hit by that Sneasler. And the Charizard is still sitting at max HP. Archaludon doesn't care as much about the Heat Wave. Weather Ball will probably do a lot, and that close combat's definitely threatening a lot of damage. Archaludon goes for Protect, not taking any chances there, but that is a Dire Claw going into the Floette, picking up the KO. And a Weather Ball from the Charizard, gonna hit the Protect. And that's going to be another forfeit from Croc, because, yeah, the Archaludon's not doing very well into that at this moment in time. Really hoping for the close combat, not the Dire Claw on that turn, but Dre correctly identified that the Floette is a problem. Alrighty. We got... Alright, well, that's, match is getting there right now, but we're gonna go ahead and bring up JNR Salvador's team. Probably got low rolled the Abyss on that. Yeah. Yeah, that 1 HP survival was rough for you. But yeah, let's see. We got JNR Salvador's team on screen right now. Dre from the in-game. We got the Focus Sash, Prankster Whimsicott, Tailwind, Moonblast, Taunt, Protect. Yeah, pretty straightforward standard set for the Whimsicott. I don't know if you EV'd it quite the same that Croc did, so it does as much damage as that one does, but, you know. Either way, Citrus Berry, Garchomp, Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Protect, and Rock Slide. Mega Charizard Y with the Solar Beam, Weather Ball, Protect, and Heat Waves. Once again, pretty standard set for the Mega Charizard Y. I don't know how much better coverage it actually gets, but that's basically what I see on most of them. The Wash Rotom with Hydro Pump, Protect, Thunderbolt, and Will-O-Wisp. Once again, pretty straightforward stuff. Black Glasses, King Gambit, Kowtow, Sucker, Protect, Ironhead. That's the set I use. That's very much the same set that I like using on King Gambit. I understand the low kick users. I understand the sword stance users. Give me Ironhead. I want to whack fairy types. And the White Herb, Unburdened Sneasler, Fake Out, Close Combat, Protect, Dire Claw, Low Kick, Better Fight. Like I said, I understand why people use that, but I just personally don't. I prefer to have the Iron Head. Now, let's see. I'm realizing I need to set a couple things here. Give me one moment. Realizing I didn't switch over quite as well as I could have. What's Top Cut? Oh, Top Cut is what we call the top 8 rounds. The basic format for these tournaments is we have the Swiss rounds up front, which are around, not technically a round robin, but they function sort of like a round robin. Oh, what makes it? Oh, more than likely, it's going to be mostly the X2s. It is just a top 8. Top cut tonight is just a straight up top 8. It's probably going to be anyone X2 and higher. X2s might have to deal with resistance. But for the most part, the majority of anybody X2 or higher is probably going to make that. We got 15 minutes left in the round. There are 5 matches still being played. X1s are guaranteed. 3 X2s make it. More than likely, yeah. We're just gonna leave that open. But yeah. We got some notifications going on here. Let me just double check things very quickly. Okay. Yeah, nothing huge. Yeah. Oh, you gotta win out? Yeah. Your name's Shiny Macaroni on the tourney? Oh, okay. Let's take a quick look. I've got a little bit here. Oh, you are, like, up top. Alright. Okay. Alright. I see that. The Mega Greninja? Okay. The Mega Greninja, the Prankster Sableye, and the Hydreigon. Okay. I see you. That definitely looks neat. Let's get back to pairings. Double check what's going on here. 32 matches have been completed. Who's the remaining matches? Bill Battles and Skydown haven't reported anything yet. Oh, that's because that ended. They're both playing. Okay, well, that's, alright, well, currently now there's 33 matches done, so there's only one current match remaining to go. And that is... Mystic Kaida versus Manu GL. Currently, both of them currently 1-1. So that game's gonna end any second. Because they're on game 3. They've been on game 3 for the last 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, they're going to be finished any moment now. But yeah, no, looking at Janar Salvador's team here, pretty by the numbers, but you know, meta things, meta Pokemon are meta for a reason, right? Nothing like too out of the ordinary here, it looks like, but what works, right? We are celebrating our soon-to-be regional champ. Well, yeah, I played this 6 in the top 8 of the last tour you won. Different sets, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you just get thrown off by something, you know. Oh. That match finished. Okay. You meta this, meta that. Have you ever met a girl before? I mean, I am married, so... You're not ready. Well, but that was earlier. Anyways, yeah, taunt's not something you were ready for. Yeah. That taunt kind of messed you up a little bit. Anyways, we're going to end the round. You bitch! Round 3 pairings are now posted. Yeah, you can see that and you're dancing around it in game 1. Yeah. Alright, round 3 is kicking off. I'm going to go into the Discord and announce the start of... I'm just going to go into the Discord and announce that round 3 has begun. Who? You need a jut already? Hang on, let me find your match. That bad? Okay, hold up. Versus... I already think I know what this is about. Okay, hold up. I saw that name and I'm like, Okay, Dialga, I'm gonna say that he had the same issue. He was talking about the same issue in round 1. So, maybe. He's also got a different in-game name than previous, if it is. So I don't know for certain it's the same guy. So I feel like this so far, unless he does something else, we're gonna have to play it out. Thank you for recognizing it, though. Yeah, I'm sus also. I've been sus since round 1. But he hasn't done anything else except ask for Showdown so far. I mean, as I just said in your match chat, as long as both players agree to, you can. Just so far, if it is the same guy as before, he's not doing the other thing that he usually does that is the real problem with him. So... So, not sure. Maybe. We'll find out. Anyways, for our next match, I think the current Table 1 match is probably where we're going. They have not started yet. Oh. Well, like I said, as long as both players agree to play on Showdown, you can. But if one player can't, then, this is a on-cart champions tournament. So the person who can't play there kind of loses, if not. Yeah. You'd have to take time to actually build your team in Showdown before you can actually continue, and that's going to take a while, and that's going to delay the start of the round. Yeah. I understand. So just, go ahead, tell your opponent that, no, you can't actually do that, because you don't have your team built in Showdown. So if they can't play, then yeah. I mean, in this case, you're making a team that already exists, and you can just kind of compare notes between your he dropped. I mean, that's fun. Yeah, that makes sense. He's been saying his Switch isn't working, and this is a champions tournament, so if his Switch isn't working, there's not a whole lot he can do there. I want to check this match specifically, but for whatever reason, one of the two players is not checking in so far. It's 5 minutes into the round, and one of the players isn't checking in. So, might not do that match, actually. Let's try this. Hit the wrong button. Maybe in the restroom, but I'm gonna go to a different match instead of waiting. Instead, we're gonna check out Pit, maybe. You never know. We had a match issue just pop up as I was doing that, so it kind of threw me off. Remove that. Yeah, no, I know. I was trying to remove it there for a second. And also, Piano Main, thank you for the follow. I gotta figure this out. Okay, well, no match issues anymore. Cool. That was a thing. We have a Mega Venusaur versus a regular Venusaur right now. Alright, hold up. Also, apparently we have more than one Hydreigon in the tournament tonight. Got the Pelipper coming out, making it rain for the Venusaur. And that's going to be an Ancient Power out of the Charizard. Alright. Opposing Venusaur is going to use the Sludge Bomb, trying to catch the Hydreigon. Not quite. And that Venusaur is going for the Sleep Powder into the Charizard. Knocking that thing out cold for now. So, is the Charizard not Mega currently because they've been waiting for the rain to come out so they can just reset it? Alright, well, I gotta correct the names. Realizing the text is incorrect right now. Pelipper goes down to a Sludge Bomb. And that'll be another Sludge Bomb out of the Mega Venusaur as well, dealing a lot of damage to that Charizard. Why is... There it is. Now it's letting me alter things. For some reason, OBS was frozen for a second there. Great post. Thank you. I'm just getting distracted by things. Left, right, and center, you know. Now, unfortunately, my secondary judge hasn't gotten home yet, it looks like. So I'm... kind of trying to manage stuff myself. Yeah, your name's not Trainer. Why is it showing up as Trainer on the thing? Well, I'm just going to use their handle on Limitless. I'm sure that's fine. Versus Seb. There we go. Alright, we get a Heat Wave out of the Charizard, KOing the Rotom. And a Sludge Bomb from the Mega Venusaur, picking up the KO into the Venusaur. Leaving both the Mega Kanto starters on the field. The Hydreigon comes back out on 138's side. Seb's sitting on the majority of their team still. Charizard's at a little under half HP. Sylveon just coming out ready to go. Yeah, that Hydreigon doesn't like that Sylveon sitting there, that's for sure. Hydreigon will go for the Dark Pulse. Not going to do a whole lot into the Sylveon, unfortunately. And that will be a Weather Ball Fire-type move going into the Mega Venusaur. No longer weak to it because of its, well, still super effective technically. No longer technically weak to it because of the thick fat. That's going to be a Fairy-type Hyper Voice. Going directly into Hydreigon, picking up the ×4 damage for the KO. Which is going to give Game 1 to Seb. Lucas, that's the other name. Lucas. Sometimes the match just gets to a point where one player just steamrolls. I gotta reposition myself because I was starting to drift to one side from my camera. Alright, well, Seb picked up the... I don't know why... Okay, quite literally, somebody tell me why Lucas, as a name, gets censored so that they only get called Trainer when the match starts. Alright, we're kicking this fight off with the Venusaur and Charizard coming right back out on Seb's side. And the Venusaur and Hydreigon once again on 138's side. Is there? Is that what that is? I haven't seen that setting. I don't know why anyone would pick that. You just don't call yourself the thing you don't want people to see. But anyways, every time I see it, I just assume that somebody's name got censored for some reason. Yeah, maybe. I didn't think that took away your name. I thought that just removed all of the other info. The Mega Charizard coming back out, as is the Mega Venusaur. There'll be a Sludge Bomb out of the opposing Venusaur into the Hydreigon, managing to get the poison off. And Hydreigon will go for the U-turn into the Charizard slot for some reason. Dishing a little bit of damage and swapping back. Feels people being lazy, but it's censored. If it's censored, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, they actively had the name Lucas in the private room, and then suddenly it became Trainer in a fight. So... oh, that's make profile public? Okay. But, like, in a private room, you still see their name. Charizard goes for the Ancient Power into the Aegis Slash slot. And Venusaur goes for that Sludge Bomb into the opposing Venusaur, chunking its health down to half. Aegis Slash gets immediately swapped back out in for Pelipper this time around. Charizard goes for the Heat Wave that's going to be reduced by the rain, and Venusaur's not technically weak to it anyway because of its ability. The opposing Venusaur going for the Sludge Bomb into Pelipper, chunking it down, but activating its Citrus Berry to heal it back up again. And the Venusaur goes for the Sleep Powder into the Charizard, knocking it out, lights out, let's go. Oh my god, I hate the sleep animation. It hurts to look at. I realize that usually it's just like, yeah, we slowed down the animation for them being asleep. That's how it's always worked. But in Champions, it just looks like they're dropping frames. Just on that one Pokemon. That one Pokemon in particular is dropping frames. Charizard is fast asleep, can't do anything. Venusaur goes for the Sludge Bomb. But Venusaur also goes for the Sludge Bomb, picking up the KO into Seb's Venusaur. Not gonna let it sit there, and that will be a Tailwind out of the Pelipper, speeding up their side of the field. The Garchomp is hitting the field. Alright. Charizard getting swapped out for the Sylveon, but the Garchomp is being put to sleep before it even gets to do anything. Pelipper goes for the Weather Ball. Respectable damage into the Sylveon. Chunking that thing down to about 2/3 of its HP, realistically. I swear to God, one of these days you're going to make me pay for my videos about you. Well, one of these days. But man, you were the main attraction in that golf collab. Sylveon goes for the Protect. And Garchomp wakes up, going for the Rock Slide. Doing pretty decent damage to the Pelipper, not so much to the Venusaur, but Venusaur is starting to get a little low. And that will be a Weather Ball directed into the Garchomp for half of its HP. Oh, couldn't be that bad. Yeah. For anybody who hasn't seen the shorts I've been posting the last couple days, we were playing Super Battle Golf with friends of ours, and somebody had the brilliant idea to tell Overkill to turn up asshole mode to 11. Sure enough, somebody got pissed. Because Overkill overdid it. Sylveon will get withdrawn and brought back. Bring Charizard back to the field, though. That Charizard is still asleep. We are going to get rid of the rain, though. Charizard will take that Sludge Bomb on the chin. And Rock Slide will pick up the KO on the Pelipper, but leave Venusaur with 4 HP remaining. Yeah, they said, hey, Overkill, do what you do. And you did it. You did it with gusto. And I got like 5 clips out of it. Because you did it with gusto. The Hydreigon is back out. The Sylveon is sitting in the back, and Hydreigon doesn't like that. Yeah, Eve, I haven't heard anything from Eve since then, so... Charizard is getting withdrawn again for the Sylveon. Maybe assuming this is going to be a Draco Meteor into that slot. Garchomp is going for that Rock Slide again, picking up the KO into the Mega Venusaur finally. That thing has tanked its way through the majority of this match. And yep, that was a Draco Meteor going into the Sylveon slot. Not going to do anything because the Fairies resist. Aegislash returning to the field this time around. That Garchomp probably doesn't care about the Aegislash. Unless it's a Scarf Garchomp, because I don't think I've seen it use anything but Rock Slide this entire game. Yep, that is going to be another Rock Slide. Just going to chunk that Hydreigon down to 0. Oh, Aegislash moves before the Sylveon, going for the Poltergeist. I was going to ask why not a Steel move, but, well, obviously the Poltergeist picks up the KO anyway, so we're good. And that Sleeping Charizard is returning to the field. But having to deal with the Garchomp and the Charizard, I don't know if that Aegislash is going to make it out of this. Although the Charizard is asleep, so if it doesn't wake up, I think he has a chance. I think you're hoping and praying for that attack drop on the Garchomp here with the King Shield. Yep, Charizard is still fast asleep. I'm pretty sure sleep got nerfed down to 2 turns in Champions. And that Charizard has slept 2 turns now, so it's gonna wake up. That Rock Slide not doing a huge amount to the Aegislash. Charizard waking up finally. And the Fire-type Weather Ball, yeah, the Aegislash is not liking that very much. That will be game in favor of Seb. Continuing on undefeated into round 4. Click 2. Why does that say 3? Yeah. 3 turns now. Turn 2 has a chance to wake. Okay. Alright. Yeah. I misread it when people were talking about it. I thought it meant you could only sleep for 2 turns max and you would always wake up on the 3rd. Oh, they meant... Okay. Yeah, on turn 3 of being asleep, you will always wake up, yeah. You went 1-2 because we way overthought an endgame? Ah. Hate when that happens. Anyways, let's go get our team sheet for this match. And pull up Rob best to drop. Good luck and all left in the tour. Alright, Croc. Have a good night. Alrighty. So, about 20 minutes left in the round. Let's take a look. Y'all guys like, no. Croc's just having an off day. That team has won so many tournaments for them. Just need to take the rest. Alright. On Seb's side of things, their team, we had the Mega Charizard Y, Heatwave, Weather Ball. Ancient Power is an interesting selection. Like, I haven't seen any other Charizards using that. Most of them, if they were going to put something else in there, it would be Scorching Sands or something like that. Pick the ground move. But the rock move, which I assume is for the mirrors, didn't really see it do a whole lot in this scenario, but definitely used it a couple times. Once again, did not see the Toxapex come out once, which, interesting choice. Leftovers, Regenerator, Chilling Water, Acid Spray, Wide Guard, and Baneful Bunker to get that poison going. Little surprise, like, I get Regenerator, I understand why, but not taking the ability that lets you do, like, all that extra damage when attacking a Pokemon that's poisoned, when you have two different Pokemon that poison things, it feels a little weird to me, but, you know, it is what it is. If it works, it works. The Choice Scarf Garchomp, which, yep, that's what I was saying. I was wondering if that's the case, because it just kept using Rock Slide and nothing else. Couldn't really pull out the Stomping Tantrum against the, Couldn't pull out the Stomping Tantrum against the Aegislash no matter how much it wanted to. The Fairy Feather Pixelate Sylveon with Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Substitute, and Protect. And then you have the Aegislash itself there. Oh. You have an Aegislash on Seb's side as well, with the Spell Tag to boost the ghost damage. Iron Head, Poltergeist. Okay, that's why Poltergeist did that much. Iron Head would have been probably the better move because of the super effective damage. But yeah, Poltergeist with the Spell Tag on it, yeah, that was going to do a lot. Shadow Sneak and King Shield. Well, usually I'd see that Aegislash go for the Sacred Sword, but just for the fighting coverage. But here we are. And then you have the Focus Sash Venusaur. Focus Sash seems weird to me. Venusaur is usually tanky enough, you're not really worried about it getting OHKO'd like that, but I guess with so many Charizards and the Chlorophyll meaning you're trying to run that in the sun anyway, there's probably a lot of things that can. This team was so cool to face. Hey Lucas, how you doing? Very similar to your team, yeah, but little tweaks here and there. The Focus Sash, no Sleep Powder on Venusaur, you respect it? Well, yeah. Just pure Energy Ball, Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Protect, yeah. I guess with the Focus Sash, you're just putting all of the EVs into, all your points are going into Special Attack and Speed at that point. Hey, Ridden Coherent, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, it's a very interesting team. The Ancient Power Charizard, the Toxapex as a whole. Like, I know Toxapex kind of popped up in recent regionals, but, you know, I feel like that was a lot of, people aren't playing this game anymore, time to style on people. We didn't see it come out once, so I don't know fully how well the Toxapex actually works in this scenario. And yeah, the Focus Sash Venusaur just stands out to me as a weird choice, but that we did see that Venusaur come out and be hugely useful the whole time, so obviously it works for them. Anyways, we have about 16 minutes remaining in this round. 4 matches remain being played. One of which is the Table 1, which I was originally going to stream, but they got delayed in starting because one of the players didn't show up for a while. We have our first instance of somebody just sort of not showing up to a match this round. That's about normal. A little less normal when that person was 2-0 at that point, but I guess they just played the first 2 rounds and decided they didn't want to anymore. There was the second round of that happening as well, but everybody gets 2 rounds. You don't show up for 2 rounds in a row, you're out of the tournament. And then there's a 3rd match of no-shows. 4th match of no-shows. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, Riston did say they were dropping out, so, yeah. Haven't shown that they've dropped, though. So I gotta make sure I've dropped them from the tournament, because I already know they're not showing up. Oh, they dropped alright. Okay, it just hasn't updated it on the other side of it. Okay. Yeah, it's good then. Okay. So yeah. It's the 4 matches remaining being played. X-Scissor versus Strong Independent Black Cat. That's a match going on right now. You have to drop Dialga? Okay. Have a good night, Dialga. I'll hopefully see you again next week. Family stuff. Yep, that makes sense. Have a good night. You need to... Okay. Okay. Have a good night too, Overkill. Good luck tomorrow. Okay, yeah. 4 matches remaining are, like, pretty close right now. I'm going to take a moment here, leave this on screen. I'm gonna eat my food a little bit. Give me a sec. I love that this camera is apparently good enough to... Yeah, this camera is apparently good enough that it picks up me chewing. So, it assumes I'm talking. Yeah. We got a bunch of really good players who usually frequent this tournament. Yeah, the more rounds you go into a tournament that does Swiss rounds, the more you're going to end up with people who are closer to your win rate and skill level. So, because it does kind of pair people with the same win rate together. So, yeah, if you're going 2-1, you're gonna end up with some of the better players. If you're going 0-3, yeah, you're gonna end up with a lot of people who are also, at the bottom. We had another match just finished up. Bill Battles versus Shadow Jeff is in Game 3. Mystic Kaida and Lucky Landia are currently in Game 3 as well. That it? Yeah, that's it. It's just the 2 matches. So the 2 last remaining matches are in Game 3, so this shouldn't last too much longer. Though I do realize one of those matches literally just started not long ago. After they delayed starting, because one of them was not present for the first little bit. And here's me taking the opportunity just to eat some of my dinner that has been sitting here for the last little bit. Yeah, about 8 minutes, 40 seconds left. Let's, take a quick peek instead of leaving this as it is. I don't even know if I'm gonna have time to update the, not sure I'll have time to update the score, but, Meanwhile, going on in this match, Shadow Jeff looks like he's got a bit of a commanding lead here, 3-2. Pelipper down on Shadow Jeff's side. Basculegion and Mega Frostlass gone on Bill's. Ooh. Bill looks like they're in a rough spot then. Heck, going out. Close combat into the Dragonite slot instead. Predicting to protect, I guess. Getting the whiter boost. for getting the white herb to reset the stats, getting the unburdened speed buff. And that is a Kowtow Cleave, not quite managing to KO the Dragonite in this scenario. Alright, well, scoreboard's been updated, so Dragonite will go for the Mega Evolution here. And that will be a close combat into the King Gambit slot. I don't think the Chople Berry is going to save it. Definitely not. Bringing down Shadow Jeff's King Gambit, dropping the defenses on that Sneasler. It should be, yep, the Dragonite goes next with the Hurricane. Gonna do a lot of damage. Yep, picking up the KO into the Sneasler. Bringing Bill down to one remaining Pokemon. The King Gambit on the field is going to kowtow into the Dragonite, picking up the KO, evening this game out 1-1. And the Pokemon in the back on Shadow Jeff's side is the Sneasler, which not looking great for Bill on that. If that's the close combat coming out, then... But he has the chance to Sucker Punch, and will the Sneasler live the Sucker... He didn't Sucker Punch. Okay. The Gambit lives the close combat with 3 HP remaining. The Chople Berry did its job. This Kowtow's gonna hurt. Taking that Sneasler down completely. Bill turning that game around from what looked like a clear loss when we showed up. Picking up that win 2-1. Wow, that was a really good game to roll into. And Fate in the Berry. Here's the thing. I usually look at it, it's like, that Chople Berry usually isn't saving King Gambit from anything that, you know, actually is a fighting type. Like, that Chople Berry will save it from, like, some off, like, fighting move from a not fighting type, right? Like, it'll live an Aura Sphere from Archaludon. It'll live a low kick from another King Gambit. But the stab damage behind that close combat, I would usually have just written off the Gambit right then and there. Obviously, Bill's EV spread was made for that. And designed specifically to survive that Sneasler's close combat with a couple HP left so it could get the hit in. I was wondering why he didn't just hit Sucker Punch and pray. Apparently, the EV spread was designed for that. My bad. The only match still playing is Mystic Kaida versus Lucky Landia. That's any second now. Man. That was a hell of a game 3. Yep, his king took your Lopunny close combat last round. Okay. So his Gambit's 100% got a lot more defensive investment than most. Because I have never seen that. Like, a Gambit, it'll live like an Aura Sphere or a low kick or something weaker usually. But yeah, close combat from an actual fighting type, usually it's not living that, even with the Chople Berry. That thing's got some defensive investment. Hey Bill, what's that spread? Asking for a friend, right? That seems like a really good idea for a spread. Anyways, that is the last game of the round, just finished up and reported. So we're going to go ahead and pair round 4. Alright, round 4 pairings are up. Apparently my judge who's usually helping with these things, I was saying that he's not here for some. He probably hasn't gotten home from work yet. He just said in the Discord. Apparently he's in the hospital. So yep, that explains that. All right. Round 4 has been paired. Who's going to be our round 4 stream mat? Well, that's an X Scissor versus Usagi Fu in table 1. That feels like something we need to see. X Scissor is usually doing really good in these tours, so. And Usagi Fu top 8'd at least 1 or 2 the last little while. We're going to block up the code for a second. Join X Scissor versus Usagi's thing. Here we are. Back into here. We gotta unblock the screen. And get that scoreboard fixed up. Am I spelling that wrong? I might be spelling that wrong. I'm not. Okay. Excellent. Alright. We got the Basket Legion and the Scizor out on X Scisor's side. And on the other side, we get the Basket Legion and the Floette on Usagi's side of things. Floette will see a swap out, not liking the Scizor sitting there. And Incineroar will come in for the Intimidate. We will see the Mega Evolution out of the Scizor. Mega Scizor hit in the field. And immediately going for the Protect, because it was expecting something here. The flip turn, probably. X Scisor's flip turn is going into the Basket Legion slot, swapping itself back. Bringing out its own Incineroar. That is a liquidation coming out of that Basket Legion. Alright. But going directly into the Protect, so it's not doing a whole lot just yet. Very carefully played match right now. The Incineroars have been out doing their thing already. And Scizor is getting swapped back for the Dragonite. Incineroar using Helping Hand on Basculegion. Alright. And going for that Liquidation into the Dragonite slot. Not going to do a huge amount of damage, but it is going to lower Dragonite's defense. And that's a Throat Chop going directly into the Basculegion. Not quite doing enough damage to pick up the KO. But shutting that thing down really hard. We are going to see the Basculegion get swapped out to try and preserve it. And the Mega Floette is going to come out instead. We're also going to see the Incineroar swapped back for the Basculegion. Dragonite's going for the Thunderbolt to dish out some damage to that Basculegion and finish it off. And that will paralyze the Floette, though. And we will see the parting shot from the Incineroar to lower the attack power of the Basculegion a little further before swapping it out. Either bringing it back out with its own Basculegion, or no, we're bringing in... We're bringing in the Sinistcha, healing that damage back up on Floette. Floette is still paralyzed, so its speed is reduced quite a bit. And, you know, it's much lower chance, but there's still always the chance of them just not being able to move. Basculegion goes for the flip turn directly into the Floette, returning back to Scizor. Who's going to be the Scizor coming out? Or are we going to see one of the Incineroar? Yep, the Incineroar going back in. A little bit of an Intimidate. And a Hurricane from the Dragonite into the Sinistcha slot. That's going to hurt. Not quite picking up the KO, though, leaving with 8 HP, but it gets the Confusion. Wow, everything's just getting the secondary ability. That will be a Dazzling Gleam that will pick up the KO onto the Dragonite. And Trick Room coming out from the Sinistcha. I mean, with Floette paralyzed, the Trick Room is definitely an interesting choice here. We are bringing back out the Incineroar to intimidate that, well, we're going to fake out the Floette so it can't move this turn, and Bullet Punch the Incineroar. It was meant to try and KO the Sinistcha, obviously. Usagi is trying very hard to preserve her Floette here. negating as much of the damage coming in from the other side as possible. Scizor goes for the Protect this turn, already seeing what's coming. The Fake Out will, however, go into the Incineroar, meaning... And so will the Moonblast. Not quite managing to pick up the KO into the Incineroar, setting off its Citrus Berry. But it will be flinched by the Fake Out and not be able to do much right now. There's still 2 turns of the Trick Room left. And for those 2 turns, Usagi is definitely at an advantage because of the paralysis. That was 5 matches that this Flash was completed at the 10-minute mark. There's some people who didn't sign in or just didn't show. So, Moonblast going into the Basculegion, going to do a lot of damage. That Flare Blitz is going to aim directly at the that Floette. Not doing enough there either. But clearly the Incineroar was meant to try and KO the Scizor before it could do anything there. That Flare Blitz will pick up the KO into Basculegion. Meaning X-Scizor is now kind of stuck with their Scizor on the field with the Incineroar. And Incineroar, I'm not sure he has a whole lot of options for, really, at this point. Like, maybe if he has Bug Bite like he has in past, maybe he steals the Citrus Berry and heals up like that, but that Flare Blitz is very threatening. Oh, the Incineroar will swap out for the Sinistcha once again to heal up the Floette just a smidge, which will go for the Dazzling Gleam, picking up the KO on the Incineroar, leaving Scizor all by itself against the entirety of the enemy team. And they were going for the Bug Bite at the Incineroar, which will pick up the KO into the teacup, but... Oh, that it will be a forfeit. Usagi is going to take round 1. Usagi picking up the game 1 win. Wonderfully preserving the Floette and managing to counter basically everything that Scizor was trying to do that round. All right. Will Scizor be able to come up with a proper counter for that? Or does Usagi just kind of have this in the bag at this point? All right, let's get into game 2. Starting off strong with Basculegion and Floette. The Basculegion and Scizor once again. Not a whole lot different from game 1 here so far, but let's see how both players have adapted their strategies. Usagi withdraws their Basculegion, bringing out the Incineroar right up front, intimidating both of these strong physical attackers, and Floette goes for the Mega Evolution. Gonna see the same level of overpowered damage. Scizor goes for the Protect to wait out turn 1 here. And that is a Wave Crash coming out of the Basculegion directly into the Floette. Not taking any chances this game. That Floette has to go. But Floette is going for the Moonblast. Gonna pick up a fair amount of damage on the Basculegion. Oh yeah, game 1, the Floette got swapped out for Incineroar, so that might have been an assumption that the Incineroar was going in on that slot. Instead, it was the Basculegion swapped out this time. Usagi is taking back the Incineroar already, and bringing out the Sinistcha to try and recover a little bit of health on that Mega Floette. The Scizor will get swapped back, not taking chances with it this time. The Incineroar will come out instead. Intimidate's not going to do a huge amount, but that Wave Crash, once again, aimed for what they thought was going to be the Incineroar, now hitting the Grass type, and doing enough chip damage to itself to end it. And that single target Dazzling Gleam into the Incineroar, doing almost half of its HP and damage. It looks like Usagi is perfectly playing around X-Scizor during this game. I don't often like to say read like a book when I'm commentating these tournaments, but that definitely feels like that's what's going on here. Incineroar coming back out to get that one more Intimidate off. As Scizor goes for the Mega Evolution anyways. Floette hits the Protect, probably calling out the Bullet Punch. Now it's the Bug Bite into the Incineroar slot, going to do a bunch of damage and taking its Citrus Berry. And the Throat Chop into the Incineroar as well. Now the Incineroar's got Fake Out Pressure, having just hit the field. Which is why Scizor will go for the Protect. Which is a good call, because that's where the Fake Out was aimed. But that frees up Floette for a Moonblast directly into the Incineroar, not KOing, leaving it with 13 HP. Incineroar's going to eat its berry and hit the Parting Shot onto Floette. Swapping out for the last Pokemon in the back. Just Pelipper. Incineroar not going to be able to do a whole as much damage with the Flare Blitz now. Seems like a better option than the Dragonite, considering. Usagi bringing back the Incineroar once again, bringing out the Sinistcha. Gonna keep that Mega Floette topped off. That will be a Dazzling Gleam. Not doing a huge amount to Scizor. Pelipper tanking that hit quite well. He's giving Scizor a moment to set up that Swords Dance. Which it's probably going to need, because I think that Incineroar is probably coming back in almost immediately. Gonna bring it down to neutral damage again. There will be a Rage Powder from the Sinister this time. Taking the Bullet Punch away from the Floette. Not quite picking up the KO. But that Hurricane from the Pelipper will probably finish the job. Meaning the Teacup goes down, and that Moonblast is going directly into the Pelipper, picking up the KO with no issue. Special attack drop or not. Basculegion will come out for Usagi, but the Incineroar's coming out on X-Scizor's side, getting the Intimidate off to bring the Basculegion's attack power down slightly. And that is the Incineroar swapping out in place of the Mega Floette. Aqua Jet going directly into the Incineroar, rain boosted, gonna do a lot of damage. And Scizor going for the Bug Bite into what it figured would be the Incineroar, but instead it was the Floette that got swapped. And that's gonna be another forfeit, giving the game to Usagi. Played around X-Scizor's Pokemon wonderfully that whole game. Alright, which means we're going to go ahead and pull up Usagi's team on stream. Okay. Let's see what we got. Alright, Usagi's team is Mega Floette with the Protect, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, and Calm Mind on deck. And this team looks like no... So there's a team sheet error. I'm assuming she mentioned it to her opponent before the game started. That Floette definitely had Moonblast. I would assume in place of the Drain Kiss, but... yeah, I was about to say, oh, a Floette that heals itself. Okay, that's, lots of healing for it. Plan seems to be to keep it out on the field as long as possible with this team. But, yeah, that definitely had Moonblast. That might be instead of the Drain Kiss. Because people... you can still technically input it on Showdown. And most people are just copying and pasting their Showdown teams into Limitless. It doesn't matter, but if that information is being given, Limitless is still set to show it. So, doesn't matter, but it's there. Basculegion with Focus Sash adaptability. running Protect, Liquidation, Last Respect, and Aquajet. And the White Herb Sneasler with Unburden that we've seen so many times. Protect, Fake Out, Dire Claw, Close Combat. Pretty standard set. Sinistcha with the Cassib Berry to resist fire attacks. Machagacha, Rage Powder, Life Dew, Trick Room. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, honestly. Basculegion. Oh, yeah, we already said Basculegion. Incineroar with the Citrus Berry, Fake Out, Parting Shot, Helping Hand, and Flare Blitz. The Helping Hand was the weird one there. We saw that come out, like, really early on in Game 1. Don't see a lot of Incineroars running that, but I understand, especially if you have that sitting next to the Mega Floette, as much as the Usagi did. I guess that puts them in a lot of positions to just decimate the entire enemy team. But as well, we have the Delphox with the Mega Stone, Protect, Substitute, Heat Wave, and Psyshock, just in case the Floette doesn't work very well into the incoming team. Which Usagi still used it against the Mega Scizor, so obviously Usagi knows how to run the Mega Floette around the things it's weak to. Alrighty, I'm gonna double check some stuff because there was a couple of matches that just kind of ended all of a sudden, and I'm assuming Venusaur Gaming. Yeah, I've seen multiple Venusaur teams kicking around in this tournament tonight. So, Venusaur Gaming indeed. Alright, so I'm just gonna go and remove a handful of people from the tournament that I know aren't actually here and playing at this point. That guy, he said he was dropping, but I guess he didn't actually physically drop, so he's gone. Who didn't show up there? It was Benji. Benji, one of the ones who didn't show up in round 3. Benji showed up for their match previously, so we'll leave them in for now. Bog and RIP are definitely not here, though. Oh, it was the other one. Okay. Well, they were there last round. Okay, so that's not. Rack didn't show up. Was that one of the ones from last round? They played last round. Okay. Means the only other person I actually have to remove this round is Hog. So I have a good feeling they actively left after game 2. So... Okay, we still got a bunch of matches still going on here. I don't know how long some of these matches are going to be, so I don't know if I want to just jump in on one of them, but better to jump in on one than just kind of leave here on empty air. So, okay, that match got concluded literally as I was clicking on it. Okay. This is why I don't know if I want to just jump in on stuff sometimes, because at this point of the round, so many things could just be done. I mean, that's an option. We will jump in on this match, which is currently 1-0, but... Can we watch the end of Koke versus Paper Dragon? I mean, I guess I can. I was about to jump in on a different match, but, let's check this one. There's the code. Okay. We can definitely do that, Dr. Waldy. Gonna jump in on their Game 3 currently in progress. That is not looking great for Red Wizard. The Mimikyu and the Excadrill are all they have left. The Mimikyu is burned. The Kitar is burned. But they also have one additional Pokemon. They have the Rotom Wash in the back as well on Paper Dragon's side. Kitar goes for Protect. Mimikyu goes for the Shadow Sneak into the Aegis Slash. Not quite going to pick up the KO there. Excadrill goes for the Iron Head into the protecting Kitar. Everybody's going to choose some actions again. I wonder, does the Mimikyu maybe have some stat downs right now? No? Mimikyu's at full power. Alright, I guess the defensive power of that Aegis Slash is just that good. We will see the Aegis Slash get swapped out for the... Oh no, it was the Kitar getting swapped for the Rotom. And that Shadow Sneak is going to finish off the Aegis Slash this turn. And that's going to be an Iron Head into that Rotom. Not doing a whole lot of damage there. Mimikyu's burn gonna do a little bit more damage. And we're down to the last 2 Pokemon on both sides. But we are bringing back out the sand, which I feel like benefits the Excadrill as much as it does the T-Tar, and not so much anything else on the field. T-Tar is going to go for that Protect, though. Take that attack on the chin, but the Rock Slide will still hit the Rotom, which goes for a Hydro Pump onto the Excadrill, lands for finishing it off entirely, leaving Koke with just the burned Mimikyu. Which goes for that Shadow Claw into the Rotom, which doesn't quite do enough damage. But that sand and the burn, ooh, that Mimikyu is barely holding on, but yeah, Mimikyu's not going to be able to KO both of these things, unfortunately. And it's slower than both Pokemon on Paper Dragon's slide. I'm pretty sure that's game. Shadow Sneak into the Rotom will pick up the KO. But the T-Tar's knockoff, that'll definitely finish off. That'll finish off the Mimikyu. I mean, Paper Dragon takes that 2-1. Massive win for Paper Dragon. And leaving us with 2 more matches remaining going on in the background that could realistically end at any time. Because Rix versus Mystic is been in Game 3 for a little bit. And the other one is Trey versus Flamiga, which also has been in Game 3 for a little while now. So well, since we have a minute, let's do what we always do. Gonna pull up Paper Dragon's team on stream, and we're gonna take a look at it in the meantime while we're waiting for the rest of the round to end. A very interesting team, just from looking at it already. The Charty Berry Volcarona, the Heat Wave, Quiver Dance, Giga Drain, and Protect. Fully offensive set Volcarona, no Rage Powder. Alright. The T-Tar is rocking the Mega Stone, obviously, with Rock Slide, knockoff, Low Kick, dealing with a lot of things in the meta that are weak to fighting, and Protect to guard itself. Aegislash with the Spell Tag, like we saw earlier at another team. Poltergeist, Sacred Sword, Wide Guard, and King Shield, much different set than the one earlier. Poltergeist is the only move. Poltergeist and King Shield, is the only moves we have in common between those two teams. Still going for that big damage with the Poltergeist and Spell Tag boost. And we got the Whimsicott with the Fairy Feather, Prankster, Moonblast, Protect, Tailwind, and Encore. Very similar to Croc's set for the Whimsicott. Going for that extra bit of damage on top of all the Prankster abilities. The Focus Sash, Glamora for setting up Toxic Debris, Power Gem, Sludge Bomb, Energy Ball, and Spiky Shield. Pretty standard set for a Glamora, Mega or not. And then we got the Wash Rotom, the Choice Scarf, Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump, Electroweb, and Will-O-Wisp. Not sure how I feel about the Choice Scarf on Wash Rotom. But, hey, if you're looking to have it outspeed things, I guess. I feel like Rotom usually sits in more of a, it tanks things out and supports and does a little bit of damage. I don't know how I feel about the Choice Scarf just saying, I outspeed you. And I don't think it outspeeds a lot even with that. But I could be wrong. I haven't crunched the numbers. I haven't looked at it myself. But just feel like that's a weird set for it. But we do what we do. Alright, we only got one match remaining at this point in this round. Trey and Flamiga is finished, which means the only remaining match currently is now done. The minute I change tabs to look at the pairings, the last match finished. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna end round 4. Round 5 pairings are now live on Limitless. Round 5 has been announced in the Discord. Alrighty, well, Discord has been informed. We're going to check our pairings for round 5. I think... Well, okay, I got, like, 2 options here. There's, obviously, Table 2, which is Sabo versus Rix. Sabo's usual here, so that's a good one. That's everybody's 4-0 at that table. So we got the undefeated table going. But immediately below that is another set of people we haven't focused tonight, which is Mary Wiss and Master Mark VGC. Master Mark may also just be streaming tonight, so I don't know for sure. Yep, Master Mark is also doing a stream at the moment. So they're also streaming their whole thing, so if anybody wants to go see that match, they could easily go there. Rix versus Sabo, on the other hand, not so much. So we're gonna do that table, I believe, this round. Sabo's already in the chat there. Rix is checked in but hasn't said anything just yet. Oh, there we go. Gonna get the match code when they give it. They gonna drop the code at some point here? Yeah, they both just dropped the good luck, have fun before they dropped the code for the room. It's top 8 cut, specifically Grilling Lizard. X2 is the majority of what's gonna make it to that top 8, but the top 8s are the X2s, a bunch of them are probably not gonna make it based on resistance. So it's gonna be a little bit limited there. But we'll see when we get up to that point. Sometimes I've seen weirder where all of the X2s made it. But yeah, it's just top 8. I feel like Sabo and Rix dropped their... just talked to each other personally and just did that, so we might not be doing that match after all. So we're going to drop one down and go with Carney and All Hail Hippo. Which sounds like he has a Hippowdon on his team, but we'll find out in about a second. Fix up the scoreboard and round number while we're waiting for them to set up. Currently, now round 5. Score is being reset to 0, 0. Alright, we have All Hail Hippo versus Carney. Let me just remove the sheet. There we go. Alright. We do, in fact, have the Hippowdon. And a Lycanroc? Garrett, All Hail Hippo's team is interesting. And they're going 3-1 right now. So this isn't a lower bracket team. This is actually 3-1 at this moment. Like Carney bringing in the Frostlass and Palafin. And the Hydreigon and Lycanroc are coming out as well. Carney withdraws the Palafin, bringing in the Whimsicott in its place without using Flip Turn. That'll be a Mega Evolution from the Frostlass. Bringing in the Snow and immediately hitting Protect to dodge whatever is incoming, because that Lycanroc is... Oh, Lycanroc goes for the Protect as well. Got Snarl coming in from the Hydreigon. Can do a little bit of damage to that Whimsicott. Lowering its special attack a little bit as well. We about to see Accelerock from the Lycanroc and Snarl again out of the Hydreigon, or... Nope, Lycanroc is going to swap out. for the Hippowdon to swap up that weather. Bringing in the sand. Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind to give their team the speed advantage. Which means Frostlass is going to go first to use Blizzard. But the Hydreigon dodges the Blizzard. The Hippowdon not quite so lucky. There's that Snarl. Picking up a fair amount of damage into the Frostlass. Lowering their special attacks both at the same time. And the Sandstorm's going to kick up a little bit extra damage into both of them as well. But the Hippowdon's going to start eating its leftovers. Hydreigon will go back, worried about that Blizzard. And in comes the Gyarados. There'll be a Shadow Ball going into the Hippowdon, not taking any chances with that thing right now. But Whimsicott will go for that Moonblast into the Gyarados as well. Not doing a whole lot after all those special attack drops. The Lycanroc comes back out with at that point. And I'm gonna guess that has to be a Mega Gyarados, right? Like, there's no other Mega on that team. This is Mega Gyarados we're about to see, right? Frostlass going back to Kearney, swapping for the Rotom. But that will be a Rock Slide. Chunks that Heat Rotom right down. Whimsicott flinches, can't do anything. And is going to get hit by that Crunch out of that Gyarados, but... that Rotom and that Whimsicott didn't come out very well after that turn. Whimsicott's going back to Kearney as well, bringing back out the Frostlass to set the snow back up. Tired of getting hit by that Sandstorm. Gyarados going for the Protect. Rotom going for that Electro Web right now. Not going to hit the Gyarados, but it's going to land on the Lycanroc, lowering its speed a little bit. But that will be the Rock Slide, which will get the double KO on Frostlass and Rotom. Means coming out next, we got the up and the whip, and the Tailwind is gone as well. So in comes the Palafin coming back out after turn 1, and Whimsicott as well. Fully able to set that Tailwind back up at this point. That Whimsicott's also looking a little rough. Lycanroc getting immediately swapped out, not liking the speed drop here. And the Hydreigon no longer worried about the Mega Frostlass. And we do have the Mega Gyarados coming out. Not sure why that wasn't done earlier, but I guess we were concerned about the Frostlass there as well, but Don't know if the Frostlass had a move that would have hit the Dark type more. Whimsicott goes for the Encore. Doesn't affect the Hydreigon. Well, it doesn't affect the Gyarados yet. But Whimsicott is going to be finished off by that attack. Draco Meteor out of the Hydreigon, trying to deal with that Palafin before it can do anything. Palafin will take most of its HP there. And immediately go for the close combat, KOing the Hydreigon completely, but that's going to leave it wide open to attack from the Mega Gyarados now. Oh, White Herb, alright. Recovering its speed, recovering its defenses, but not enough to save from that crunch. Meaning that round 1 goes to All Hail Hippo. Going into game 2, will Carney figure out a good way around this team? This is a very abnormal team. I don't think there's a lot of people who have their team set up to counter a lot of these things right now. How will Carney figure this one out? Seem to be taking like the whole round of team select here. Oh, here we go. Carney sends out Frostlass and Whimsicott this time. That's going to be the Lycanroc and Hydreigon starting it off for All Hail Hippo. Frostlass will hit the Mega Evolution once again. And Whimsicott will go for the Tailwind immediately, trying to set up that speed advantage. And Frostlass going for that Blizzard, 100% accuracy, ending the Hydreigon on the spot this time. But that will be a Rock Slide. The Frostlass dodges the Rock Slide from the Lycanroc. Not doing a whole lot just to the Whimsicott on its own. Well, that was a rough first turn for Hippo. But here comes the aforementioned Hippo. Gonna swap in the Hippo, get the Sandstorm going back up. There wasn't much you could do about the Blizzard and the snow that time. switching in the Hippo would have been before the Mega Evolution. Frostlass going back to Carney. Descendant and Garchomp get that extra little bit of boost from that Sandstorm. Taking next to no damage from that Lycanroc's Rock Slide. And Whimsicott will go for the Moonblast into the Lycanroc slot. Not quite managing to pick up the KO. I'm sure they were hoping to. And that Hippowdon will drop the Yawn on the Whimsicott. Whimsicott will be going back to Carney. Probably to bring in Rotom. The Rotom Heat. Because you're going to use Earthquake and avoid all the trouble. Hippowdon not taking a huge amount of damage to that, but that will finish off the Lycanroc. Crit was not necessary. That thing only had 1 HP. But we have an Earthquake coming out of the Hippowdon as well. Not going to do anything to the Rotom. But the Garchomp will take a little bit of damage, knocking it down to about half. Hippo not doing quite as well this game. Carney has figured out and adapted very well to this. Gyarados will come out, get the Intimidate off on the Garchomp. But Hippo can't Mega Evolve the Gyarados without having to worry about hitting the Earthquake button on Hippowdon. But I don't know if it's going to be able to deal with the threats on the field if it doesn't. Rotom will get swapped back for the Whimsicott. Gyarados will protect. Garchomp's Rock Slide not really caring which target hits protect this time. Not doing a whole lot to the Hippo. But it will get the flinch. And the Tailwind is gone, but the Whimsicott's on the field, so Carney was definitely bringing it out specifically for that reason. Whimsicott pulls out the Tailwind, boosting its team speed again. And Garchomp goes for the Earthquake, knowing full well it's not going to affect the Gyarados, but maybe calling that the Mega Evolution was about to happen. We're going for the nice, safe, flying type there. Whimsicott not quite taking enough damage from that crunch. Whimsicott will be finished off by the Earthquake. Garchomp getting knocked down to 21 remaining HP. Definitely a threat for basically anything at this moment. Frostlass makes its return to the field. Yeah, Hippowdon's not liking the look of that incoming Blizzard. Neither is Gyarados, really, but double protect this time around. Kind of weighing it out, seeing what's happening, getting the leftovers bonus a little higher. But don't know, there's a lot that Hippo can do here. Gyarados reacting to the rain, going for the Mega Gyarados at the tail end of the game anyways. Hippowdon tried to protect, but it didn't quite work. Getting hit by that Blizzard and taking a lot of damage. Picking up the KO. And the Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide. Still not quite doing enough damage here, but that was a critical hit. And flinching the Mega Gyarados at a crucial moment when it needed to get the attack going. And that's going to be a forfeit from Hippo, bringing this match 1-all, going into Game 3. Been a really solid match. Yeah, been a really solid match the whole way through here. Nani indeed. Hey Shade, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Got some actual sleep in last night. Still feeling a little tired right now, but you know, we got a bunch of rounds of this tournament to go tonight, so we're gonna see if we can't just power through. Hey, Grilling Lizard, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Carney managed to adapt to this team after losing game 1, brought this back 1-all. Now you get to see, can Hippo do the same? Or has Carney figured out this team and knows exactly what he has to do? Our starting out with the Lycanroc and the Gyarados this time. Meanwhile, Carney is starting off with the Frostlass and Whimsicott, same as he did last game. Yep, 7 rounds of Swiss tonight. We have over 65 players, which is the kicker to do 7 rounds of Swiss. Means not only after this do we have 2 more rounds of Swiss, we also have the top 8. So this is going to be going late. Whimsicott brings in the Tailwind. The Gyarados not waiting for the Mega Evolution this time like it has been. Now Blizzard doing a lot more damage to the Lycanroc than I would have figured. But we got the Rock Slide going on there. And Gyarados going for the Iron Head into the Whimsicott, doing a lot of damage this time around. Carney has... Hippo's been not immediately going for the Mega Evolution on the Gyarados fairly frequently, usually focusing on getting Hippowdon on the field, hitting Earthquake, not wanting to get hit by Earthquake. So losing the Flying type, little bit of an issue for them, but I think they're assuming that the Gyarados isn't going to last quite that long here. Gotta start earlier for us poor East Coast gamers. Wildy, I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news on this one. I'm not East Coast per se. I am EST though. So trust me, I feel you. Hippowdon tanked that Blizzard. Taking most of its HP, though. Frostlass is getting swapped back for the Garchomp this time, taking advantage of the sand. Hippowdon going for the Protect, didn't want to get hit by another Blizzard, even though it doesn't have to worry about it now. Whimsicott going for that Moonblast into the now Dark-type Mega Gyarados. Not going to do that, not going to pick up the KO, but doing about half of its HP worth in damage. That's going to be another Iron Head. It was aimed for the Mega Frostlass, not going to connect there. Instead, it's going to be doing a bit of damage to the Gyarados. Sandstorm nearly KOing the rest of it. Yeah, I would think about starting earlier with these tournaments sometimes, because yeah, they are starting to get longer with us getting more and more players. But most Sundays I'm not home until like an hour before we usually start, so it is what it is right now. Unless I completely shift to a different day and then I start stepping on the toes of other Limitless organizers. So I think we just kind of keep it where it is. Rotom's dodge. Yep. We got the Earthquake not hitting anything except for the Gyarados at this point. No longer having that flying type to take advantage of. Carney no longer has the Tailwind advantage at this moment. The Lycanroc is returning to the field. Garchomp goes to Protect, assuming the Draco Meteor is coming in. That's going to be a Rock Slide coming out of the Lycanroc. That's going to do a fair amount of damage to that Rotom. Almost KOing, but not quite. Is this going to be Draco into the Protect? Oh, we don't, not yet. Rotom's using Electro Web, lowering some HP. I mean, not HP. Lowering the HP, yes, but also speed. And that was, in fact, a Draco aimed for the Garchomp. With the Electro Web, is Hippo's Pokemon a little too slow to keep up? Is the Garchomp maybe going to go first now and be able to completely KO? No, maybe not. So they chose to switch out the Garchomp, bring back out the Whimsicott. Probably expecting that Draco again. The Electro Web will be enough to KO the Lycanroc this time, though, lowering that Hydreigon's speed even further. That was, in fact, a Draco aimed for the Garchomp, hitting to the Fairy-type Whimsicott that fully resists it. That's going to be a forfeit from Hippo. Carney takes the win 2-1. Bit of a rough start in Game 1. Carney getting demolished by Hippo. Just to turn it around, figure out what he needed to do, and win the set 2-1. Alrighty, we got a little bit of time here still. We're gonna go into the match, and we're gonna pull up Carney's team. Three matches remaining in this round, 17 minutes or so left to go. Alright, Carney's team, we have the Mega Frostlass, as we saw, Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Protect, and Aurora Veil. The Choice Scarf Heat Rotom, which is why that Electro Web was going so quickly compared to everything else. Overheat, Volt Switch, Electro Web, and Trick. Makes sense. Very good usage for that Rotom. Not only does it get the quick overheat off, it can swap out with Volt Switch as Electro Web to lower enemy speed if the Tailwind is no longer feasible. And the trick to be able to swap the Choice Scarf onto another Pokemon if you want to lock it into something. The Whimsicott with the Focus Sash, Tailwind, Encore, Moonblast, Fake Tears. Fake Tears is not a thing I've seen on a Whimsicott in quite some time, but I understand it fully. Especially sitting next to that Frostlass or the Heat Rotom. You can pick up some really easy KOs with that. The King Gambit, Black Glasses, Kowtow, Sucker Punch, Iron Head, Protect. I'm glad so many people are coming around to my preferred set for that. Garchomp with Soft Sand, boosting its Earthquake damage. But no, okay. Usually I'd see the, usually you'd see the, I forget the name of the single target ground move that most Garchomps use. You figure if they have Soft Sand, they'd also be one of the ones that double up on the ground moves, but nope. Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Rock Slide, and Protect. And we got the White Herb Palafin that we saw earlier. Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Close Combat to set off the White Herb if needed, and Protect. All around great team. Obviously really easily able to maneuver around things once you know what you're getting into. Okay, let's go. Okay, so that's what I'm just looking at a Discord ping. It looks like it's an everybody ping in a different server. Yeah, sure is. Okay. Stomping Tantrum. Thank you. That is exactly. I wanted to call it like I wanted to say a Headlong Rush, but I was like, no, that's not a thing that it learns. The other ground move that does a thing. All right. Yeah, that's it. Yep. The last match for the round has concluded. So we're gonna move on over to round 6. Round 6 matchups are live. I'm gonna go and announce the round in the Discord. I don't think Garchomp even... Yeah, I don't think it does either. I just... Part of my brain was like, nah, Headlong Rush, that's... And I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. Alright, let's see... We got... Looks like Lucky Landia is... Lucky Landia is taking off and leaving for the night, as they just dropped their game. So, meanwhile, up at the top of things, we have Sabo versus Johnny Echo, who I don't think we've shown either of them so far. Currently, they are the 5-0 match. I think that's where we're going. Alright. This is the only 5-0 match. I don't think the two of them can be too surprised when I show up in the room. Hariyama can learn it, which is fun. Yeah, no, that is pretty funny, actually. Just waiting for them to kick off here. Go ahead and that. Alrighty, let's see how this match goes. The Mega Venusaur, the two Venusaur teams up at 5-0 are great to stay here. Love to see it. Yeah, no Zard in sight. We even have an Alolan Ninetales on one of those teams. Then again, there's so much Charizard in the meta right now anyways that it's not hard to think that you'll just run into it. Alright, we're starting with Basculegions on both sides, and Garchomp on one, and Archelodon on the other. Garchomp goes for the immediate protect. Basculegion flip turns into the opposing Basculegion. Swapping it out and bringing in... Is this going to be the Venusaur? Yep, Sabo brings in the Venusaur. Flip turn into that Venusaur, doing more than I was expecting it to, but Lord knows Basculegion hits like a truck. And bring it in the Aerodactyl. Archelodon going for a Flash Cannon into that slot. Ooh! Immediate OHKO on the Aerodactyl. That's unfortunate. I think he was expecting a Dragon Pulse or Draco out of the Archelodon into the Garchomp, not for it to go into that slot. Super unfortunate. How bad a first turn, a bad call first turn can do for you right there. Absolutely rough. Archelodon will get swapped out. For the Pelipper to come in, set up the rain. And that will be the Mega Venusaur coming out. That will be a last respects going directly into the Venusaur, dishing a lot of damage as the Garchomp goes for a cheeky little Swords Dance. But that is a Giga Drain. Gonna be healing up a little bit on the Venusaur there, bringing it up to almost half of its HP. But that last respects hurts. The Venusaur probably won't live to take another hit. And the Garchomp's now at +2, so it's threatening its own damage. Venusaur goes for the Protect, fully expecting the last respects to aim right there. Which it does. The Dragon Claw into the Pelipper will pick up the immediate OHKO. John covering his bases. Sabo will bring out their own Basculegion as well, fully planning to take advantage of the same thing. Sabo's Basculegion did outspeed John's before, but maybe John's is Swift Swim. Maybe, I doubt that. He wouldn't be taking advantage of it the same way that Sabo is. Sabo's Basculegion goes first, hits the last respects into John's for a critical hit. But we got the Earthquake coming out from the Basculegion, picking up the double KO onto both targets. Big damage from that +2 Garchomp. That Swords Dance might have been a little risky when it did it, but God, is it paying off in spades. And that is the Archaludon coming back out. Meanwhile, John's pulling in the Alolan Ninetales to swap the weather to snow. See the Aurora Veil coming out immediately from the Alolan Ninetales. And an immediate Earthquake. Gonna KO that Archaludon. Which is going to be round 1 victory for John. Yeah, well, I gotta go through after this match and remove some no-shows, but let's check game 2 here. Big Sabo starting us off with the Whimsicott and our Peladon. Once again, we got the Aerodactyl and Incineroar on John's side. John losing his Aerodactyl in a single hit from Archelodon the last time around. Isn't taking any chances and wants to try and get their Tailwind up this time. Whimsicott getting withdrawn immediately without setting up Tailwind first, sending in the Basculegion. Oh, the Mega Aerodactyl is coming out this time around. That was probably the intent the last time, but it never got a chance to. Basculegion avoiding the fake out because, well, you swapped out the Whimsicott. Dual Wing Beat going into it instead. Not going to do much there. And that Flash Cannon going directly into the Aerodactyl, but this time the Mega Evolution saves it with the extra added defense. Aerodactyl goes for the Protect, hoping to catch the Archelodon going for a second shot. Basculegion goes for the Flip Turn, doing a lot of damage to the Incineroar, triggering its, let's say triggering its Berry. Maybe that happens after the switch. Bringing the Whimsicott back in place of the Basculegion. It will be an Aura Sphere, though, going into the Incineroar, finishing it off. But that's gonna be the Alolan Ninetales this time. Set in the snow. Okay, the Mega Aerodactyl is getting swapped out for the Garchomp. Whimsicott's going for the Tailwind this time around. Archelodon goes for that Flash Cannon into the Alolan Ninetales, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. And lowering its special defense in the process. But it will still get its Aurora Veil off, boosting its income. Lowering any incoming damage. Giving the Garchomp a chance to set up, maybe? Whimsicott uses the Moonblast, going into the Garchomp. Not doing a huge amount, about a third of its HP total. The Archelodon gets that Flash Cannon to finish off the A-Tails. But it's probably fine. The Garchomp is going for the Earthquake anyways. Not doing enough damage this time, not without that Swords Dance boost. Nope, and that's going to be a forfeit, giving the win for round 2 to Sabo. John realizing he couldn't come back from that position. We're gonna go spectate. Alright. We've got one win apiece going here. John won round 1. Sabo's managed to claw it back to a game 3. Let's see how this goes. Alright, let's see how they do it. Casca Legion and Teleper starting off on Sabo's side this time. We're going straight for the 8-Tails and Venusaur on John's end of things. Teleper's definitely put a little bit of a damper on the 8-Tails parade here. Can't really use Aurora Veil without the snow. The Mega Evolution from the Venusaur coming out on John's end, though. The Casca Legion's going for the flip turn into the 8-Tails. Gonna chunk that thing down. Bring in the Archaludon instead. But that will be a freeze dry from the 8-Tails. OHKOing the Pelipper. Technically 4 times damage. And an Earth Power into the Archaludon slot. Dishing most of its HP and damage there. Giving it a slight defense buff. Casca Legion going to come back out. Obviously, John predicted to swap in the flip turn, swap into the Archaludon there. Casca Legion's at a wonderful spot. Yep, that flip turn gonna finish off the 8-Tails completely, not gonna let it use another freeze dry. Swapping back in for the other Pokemon in the back for Sabo, which is the Whimsicott. And that Flash Cannon going into the Venusaur, not gonna do that much, about a third maybe. And the Whimsicott will take some damage from the Giga Drain. Not a lot because of grass-resistant grass. And leftovers, healing up that Archaludon just a little more. Oh, well, without the A-Tails on the field anymore, who do we got coming in? Is it going to be... It's the Aerodactyl. No Mega this time, which means it can get OHKO'd by the Archaludon with the Flash Cannon, but it at least gets to move faster than the Archaludon. With the exception of maybe that Tailwind that the Whimsicott could be setting up here. I think the Aerodactyl still outspeeds, even when the Archaludon's in Tailwind, but... could be easily wrong. Aerodactyl not chancing it, going for the Protect. Whimsicott using the Encore on Venusaur, locking it into Giga Drain. Archaludon going for that Flash Cannon, gonna lock it into the Protect. And yeah, Venusaur is going for that Giga Drain again, taking the Whimsicott down just below half. Almost fully healing itself in the process. I think the yeah. I don't know why you'd block him into... I guess, yeah, the Giga Drain's not doing much to Archaludon. Good to lock him into it. Aerodactyl getting swapped out, bringing in the Garchomp instead. Sabo setting up Tailwind to give himself the speed advantage. And Archaludon going for the Electro Shot. Gonna charge up. Is that going into the Aerodactyl slot? Yep, does not affect Cairo. That will be another Giga Drain from the Venusaur, chunking that Whimsicott down almost to fully down. With that Tailwind up, the Archaludon's really threatening to the Garchomp, even if the Garchomp can manage to pull off an Earthquake. Garchomp hits the Protect, knowing it's not in a great spot right now. Whimsicott goes for Endeavor. Putting the Mega Venusaur just at the right level for that Flash Cannon to pick up the KO. Leaving us with nothing but Garchomp and Aerodactyl. John's not exactly liking the look of that. Garchomp managing Protect 2 turns in a row here. Whimsicott going for that Endeavor, not doing anything through the Protect, but Archaludon will aim the Flash Cannon at the Garchomp instead of the Aerodactyl, giving the Aerodactyl all the time to use that Rock Slide and pick up the KO into the Whimsicott. Archaludon now healed up to half of its HP. The Basculegion returns to the field. With one remaining turn of the Tailwind going. Now Garchomp's already protected 2 turns in a row. I don't think it's going to manage a third here. So, it's got to choose. And I guess without the last respects will go into the Garchomp, leaving it with 43 HP, though it will heal up a little bit with the Citrus Berry. The Flash Cannon is going to attempt to focus it down, and it will find the KO. As the Aerodactyl sets up the Tailwind only for itself. And the Archaludon and the Basculegion lose theirs. Endeavor is definitely a move I don't see often. Like, it has its limitations, but it definitely did a lot of damage to that Venusaur just now. So depending on your situation, it might be worth. That Rock Slide's not doing much to either enemy Pokemon. We already know from before that Archaludon is rough. And that last respects, yeah, the Aerodactyl's not surviving that either. Picking up Game 3, sorry, victory for Sabo. I have to, like, look up Endeavor again. It's been so long since I actually saw somebody use that move. I do not actively remember the point of it. I know it had some level of limitation, but... deals damage to the target equal to the remaining remaining HP minus the user's remaining HP. Okay, this move fails if the target's HP is the same or lower than the user's. Okay, so Endeavor only really works if you're expecting the Whimsicott to be taking a lot of damage, which, if it's a Focus Sash Whimsicott, you're probably getting the opportunity. We are going to go ahead and pull Sabo's team up on stream real quick. There's one remaining match being played currently. Oh, there's some really good matches, though. Oh my god. Alright, we've got the Mega Venusaur with Earth Power, Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, and Protect. That absolute monster of an Archaludon with Stamina, Aura Sphere, Electro Shot, Flash Cannon, and Protect. Basculegion with the Choice Scarf Adaptability, Aqua Jet, Flip Turn, Wave Crash, Last Respects, the usual set for that. Whimsicott with the Focus Sash, like we saw, Encore, Tailwind, Endeavor, and Moonblast. Endeavor doing more damage based on, you know, how damaged the Whimsicott currently is compared to the opposing Pokemon it's hitting. So if you let that thing go down to the Focus Sash, and then you hit Endeavor the next turn, which is a utility move, so Prankster would affect it, yeah, that Endeavor's going to hit like a truck. Yeah, it's your boy Sabo. Indeed, Rick. Sabo did really good that match. John took the first game, and then Sabo adjusted and just completely demolished them the rest of the round. Which means Sabo is now the only undefeated player in this tournament currently going into round 7. Which also means Sabo's probably about to get down paired, but it doesn't matter. Sabo's guaranteed their spot in the top 8 at this point. Sabo could lose the next round and still make it. Alright, well that's not good. What the... Oh. Interesting. So yeah, Sabo's cooking right now. Yeah, Rick as well. Right, apparently we had one of our top players in this tournament who was going 4-1 apparently didn't show up for their match. Fun games indeed, Grilled Lizard. Apparently, Spence didn't show up. interesting. I'll try. If that guy doesn't show up again in the next round, then Speaking of, Bill didn't show up to your match either, eh, Rick? I mean, I guess you got down paired anyway, so. That's too bad. Bill had a really cool team. I really wanted to see them do well. Now, if those two don't show up, I gotta drop them in round 7, after round 7 here. We got Dr. Dragapult, didn't show, or they definitely played the round before that, so I won't drop them yet. I know Kaido, Mr. Kaido shouldn't show up. They played the previous round. Sure did. That is. So that's 1, 2, 3 players I gotta drop. Okay. Those looked like fun games. They really did. Drop them. And last but not least, gotta drop that guy. Alright. Okay. All of the people who have been absent from 2 rounds or more are gone. Some players who didn't show up last round are still in, but that's because they only missed that last one and they're higher up. So I'm gonna wait and see if they don't show up for another round. We have the one match still in the middle of being played, and that is Manu versus Channy. Which just finished because Manu just won it. Okay, well, literally as I was staring at it. Alright, well, we're going to go ahead and pair round 7. Alright, everybody, round 7 matchups are good to go. Go ahead and announce it in the Discord. Check the pairings. Okay, so we have, for choice of games here, we have Sabo versus Dr. Wildy, which would be cool, but we literally just showed Sabo. So I'm gonna dip out of that room, because I know Sabo's trying to give that code to Wildy right now. And I'm not sitting in on that match again. Joniako versus Rix would be cool. We just showed John, so maybe not. our Table 3 match is Master Mark VGC versus Nemesis, neither of whom we've shown yet. And all of the matches immediately below them are also people we've shown. So, I think we're going to show off Master Mark's game on stream. Master Mark being another VGC streamer. I have been watching them on and off since I started streaming. So it's really cool to see them popping into this tournament. Master Mark is also currently streaming this, so you could very easily scoreboard, get rid of the team sheet from before. Round 7. There, positioning wise. Alrighty. Let's get right into this. Nemesis brings in Hydreigon and Scizor. And we got Wash Rotom and Aerodactyl from Master Mark. Are going to see the Mega Scizor come out from Nemesis. And a Dark Pulse from the Hydreigon going to the Aerodactyl, chunking it down a little below half of its HP. But Aerodactyl still manages to get the Tailwind going. And Rotom misses the Will-O-Wisp, aimed for the Scizor, which gets off a nice, safe Sword Stance. Not without that. That's unfortunate, the miss on that burn. Aerodactyl getting swapped back now that it's got the Tailwind going. And Kingambit gonna hit the field instead. Hydreigon going for the Dark Pulse into Rotom this time, not quite making halfway down. Rotom going for the Will-O-Wisp again. Scizor dodges a second time and goes for the Bug Bite into Rotom, finishing it off. Unfortunate. 2 Will-O-Wisp misses in a row. Mark's got the Mark's got the Cybertron luck at this point. It is, Rin. That was absolutely tragic. Aerodactyl comes back in. That +2 Mega Scizor is threatening to basically everything right now. Hydreigon will get swapped out. In place, Sneasler is going to come out. That's a Bullet Punch going directly into the Aerodactyl, which will pick up the KO there as well. And a Kowtow going into the Scizor, not going to do a huge amount. Mastermark bringing out their last Pokemon, the Floette. Alright. We got the Mega Floette action coming out probably, but that's exactly what the Scizor is there for. Scizor threatens the heck out of Floette, and Sneasler threatens the King Gambit. This could be over very, very quickly. Yeah, Mark seemed to understand that point. Forfeiting the game one, not a great position for them. Nemesis just dismantling his team. Time to try again for round two. Mark managed to adapt to figure out a way to deal with Nemesis, and will Nemesis predict something and adapt to that? Only one way to find out. Game 2. Starting off with Sneasler and Serena on Nemesis' side, and Aerodactyl Rotom on the other. Got the fake-out pressure coming from Sneasler right now, and Serena is just there to prevent the opposite. I'm pretty sure Serena also very much threatens the Rotom right now, so see how this goes. Rotom getting swapped back immediately. Didn't want to get anything happen from the Serena. Aerodactyl going to protect, try and stop the fake out. The Sneasler goes directly for the close combat into the Garchomp slot. A little damage from the rough skin. White Herb goes off to reset the stats. And that is a drop kick, which will end the Garchomp entirely. I assume the play was to try and get the Rotom off the field. The close combat would have set up the speed advantage. Done a little bit of damage to Rotom, because the drop kick probably wasn't a guaranteed KO on its own. Mega Floette coming on out now. Yep, the Mega Floette is going to come out this time around. The Sneasler's going for that close combat again into Aerodactyl. Neutral damage, still bringing it down to 3 HP. But Aerodactyl goes for that dual wing beat. Doesn't look like it's picking up the KO on Serena like that Mark was probably hoping. Floette going for that Moonblast into the Sneasler. Going to pick up the KO on that one. But the Serena is still left on the field. Going for that Trop Kick. Gonna finish off the Aerodactyl. Serena eating its berry. Now that Aerodactyl's off the field, not stop it anymore. Rotom's coming back out. Last two Pokemon for Mark. And Nemesis is bringing out the Scizor. So once again, not looking great. We are going to see the Mega Scizor come on out. And immediately go for the Protect. Floette instead is going to Moonblast and Serena this turn, picking up the KO rather easily. And Rotom will again go for the Will-O-Wisp. This time it's hitting a Protect instead of just missing outright, so... But down to the last two on both sides. Nemesis has the Basculegion come on out into the field. That Scizor is still a massive threat to both Pokemon. Scizor goes for the Bullet Punch into the Floette, dropping it down quite a bit. But Floette goes for the Light of Ruin into the Scizor, doing about half of its HP. Basculegion hitting the last respects, bringing Rotom down to 1 HP, barely surviving that. Going for the Hydro Pump, not quite getting the KO, unfortunately. Managing to live with their with that. I feel like the play here was to hit the Basculegion with the Light of Ruin and hope that it KO'd that. Scizor probably just proceeds to KO the Floette from there, but you know. The Floette will go down to the Bullet Punch. And Basculegion's last respects will definitely KO the Rotom. Meaning that Nemesis picks up 2 wins in very short order against Master Mark. Taking that match as a win. Okay. Which means Nemesis is going... Nemesis has just 100% guaranteed their spot in the top 8. Master Mark is 5-2. Has a chance of making it into top 8 still, but it's going to be down to resistance. Five matches have concluded. I'm just going to double check. There weren't any no-shows again. We have a couple people who were no-shows last round. Still in the mix here. Looks like Bill actually dropped. So that's good. Bolt. you guys are actually playing. Okay, so it's only 2 people I need to drop. You feel bad? Yeah, feel bad for the double will-o-wisp miss? Yeah. Very good job, Nemesis. That will-o-wisp miss hurt. Like Mark was having Cybertron luck there for a minute. Like the will-o-wisp just won't connect. Anyways, I gotta drop 2 people to make sure that we're not having issues here. Spins, gotta... Okay, so that's those 2. Thank you for the follow, Raj. You've gone ahead and you've guaranteed your spot in top 8 at this point. Mark still has a chance. Depends on resistance, though, at that point. Wildy is currently fighting our undefeated Sabo for the chance to guarantee their spot in. Wildy being our winner from last week. Johnny Echo has guaranteed their spot against Rix. Shadow Jeff is fighting for their guaranteed spot. Janar Salvador is currently fighting to stay in the running. Beyond that, yeah, we have Leaxer. X-Scissor has just been completely removed from the running at this point. Leaxer now has the opportunity to get in via resistance. But yeah, on that note, while we're at this, I'm going to do what I usually do before I move on to other things here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bring your team up on screen. Do what I've been doing all night. Alrighty, everybody. We got Nemesis's team now going into the top 8 for certain. The Mega Delphox didn't see it come out once, but that's because I guarantee you that just the Mega Scizor is the better Pokemon into that matchup. Yeah, I love the Delphox. I really wish Levitate wasn't what they did with it, but that's me being spam pilled. Protect, Heat Wave, Substitute, and Psychic. Pretty solid set for the Delphox. Focus Sash on the Basculegion instead of Scarf. Adaptability as the ability still. Protect, Liquidation, Last Respects, Aqua Jet. Usually if I see the Focus Sash one, it's usually Swift Swim instead of Adaptability, but alright. It worked for you, obviously. Protect, Liquidation, Last Respects, Aqua Jet? Okay. Still very standard, except Liquidation, which I guess you don't need to worry about as much if you're not locking into it. Because the stat drop potential into Defiant Mon is real. The Scizor, Mega Scizor with Protect, Sword Stance, Bullet Punch, and Bug Bite. So yeah, the same set that we saw X-Scizor running on theirs. Like, when you do manage to get that Sword Stance off, that Scizor becomes a massive threat to everything. We got the White Herb Sneasler with Unburden. The Sneasler set. It's about 9 times out of 10 you see a Sneasler, it's running this set. Just my experience looking at these teams consistently the last few weeks. And for the Serena, we got a Citrus Berry Serena there to protect the team from priority moves. Triple Axle, Taunt, and Drop Kick, as well as Protect. Okay, alright. All the Garchomps out there don't like that Triple Axle, for sure. And then we have the Choice Scarf currently on the Hydreigon. Rocking the Levitate, Draco Meteor, Earth Power, Flash Cannon, and Dark Pulse. Okay. Lots of Hydreigons tonight. I've seen it on a couple teams so far. Yeah, Venusaur 30-15 at the tournament, absolute cement. Really is. The fact that our 2 undefeated players in round 6 playing against each other were both running Venusaur teams absolutely blew my mind. Yeah. Now that's what I was saying earlier. I love Delphox. I wish it didn't get Levitate. I'm Psy-Spam pilled as hell. So, you know. Was hoping I could just spam it at fast speed with a Mega, but no. Alright, what do we got going right now? Dr. Wildey has picked up the win against Sabo. Sabo's no longer undefeated. So we've got 4 people running 6-1. So 4 or 5 2s are going to make it into the top 8. I think who's got the highest resistance right now? Rix and Master Mark, I believe, have the highest resistance currently. So I feel like they're almost shoo-ins on that one. If Shadow Jeff can win their match, I think they're also pretty guaranteed. Everybody else is kind of a toss-up right now. So JNL, whoever wins between Shadow Jeff and JNR Salvador, I think would be at the right resistance to make it into Top Cut. But I feel like Rix and Master Mark are already kind of shoo-ins resistance-wise. Shadow Jeff could guarantee themselves another spot there just by winning here. But if they lose, they might still make it. Oh well, we're gonna find out once the pairings post. On that note, while I've got this going, instead of just sitting like this, let's turn this into the standings menu. So we can currently see where everybody lies on this chart. This is still not updated since, hasn't been updated for round 7 yet. This is just the round 6 placements. But let's see if we can drop in on the tail end of a match still in progress. You know, I mentioned it. The Shadow Jeff versus JNR Salvador match is going to probably decide which one of them is making it into Top Cut. I'm not sure that JNR Salvador has the chance to make it. Even if they win, it's going to be based on resistance. And I don't know that their resistance is good enough. But We're gonna find out. Looks like we've joined game 2, barely finished. Alright. We've taunted the Sinistra to stop it from doing anything aside from attacking. Icy Wind going into both Pokemon, not able to pick up the KO onto either. But it is a crit on Rotom. Rotom going for the Thunderbolt into the Pelipper, going to pick up the OH KO there. Oh, I do have the... Yep, you're right. Thank you. Forgot to remove that. Here we go. Thank you for letting me know. Pelipper is going down to that attack, as is the Rotom. The Machagacha doing a little too much. I think Drader was kind of hoping that the Sinistra had clicked a different move that turn. But that's going to bring us to 2 Pokemon remaining on each side. Still anybody's game. It's the Sneasler pairing with that Sinistra on the one side. And the Mega Charizard is coming back out. And the Garchomp as well. This looks like this could be a very rough matchup for Shadow Jeff at this point. Sneasler's looking like it could get down at any second. But it does have Fake Out pressure to stop one or the other from attacking this turn. Probably smarter to stop the Charizard, but if they hit Protect, then what was the point? Garchomp hitting Protect. So is Charizard, not taking any chances. Gonna make sure that the Fake Out can't be used here. But Sneasler was going for the close combat into the Garchomp to pair with the Machagacha. Not gonna hit either of them. You have Tailwind by any chance? Nope, just the Sun. Sneasler no longer with the pressure of Fake Out facing the other team. I think we've got a pretty clear set, like, even if you just click... Oh, the Dire Claw going into the Charizard, going to pick up the KO before it can KO the Sinistra. And the Garchomp will go for the Earthquake. KOing the Sneasler, but not doing anywhere near enough to the Sinistra, which is now going to be able to just kind of single-target Machagacha the Garchomp. Healing itself back up to full. And it's no longer taunted, so it can go for other things now. Will be a Dragon Claw. Nowhere near enough damage to that Sinistra, which is now using Strength Staff. Reduce Garchomp's attack power further. Yeah, I think that's game. Unless the Garchomp's landing a crit, I don't think he can do enough. Garchomp goes for that single target Rock Slide, probably hoping for the flinch. It is going to get a flinch. Rock Slide once again. Oh, Sinister flinches again. This seems to be the strategy. Just keep rocking that Rock Slide until Sinister, and hope Sinister can't move. Oh, this time Sinister avoids the attack for that one. Gotcha going into the Garchomp, picking up more damage. Healing a little bit of Sinister's HP, but not quite fully. Garchomp will eat its Citrus Berry now. That's a Rock Slide, another Rock Slide into the Sinister, but it's not going to flinch this time. Gotcha going out. But we're still trying. Sinister flinches, can't move. What do you think happens first? Does Garchomp run out of Rock Slide, or... It's literally any other move it uses isn't enough. Another Rock Slide into Sinister, finally bringing it below half of its HP, triggering the Citrus Berry. Yeah, that's another Gotcha. You're not getting the flinch again. And that will be the KO, tying this game up for Shadow Jeff. We got one more. Game 3, here we go. This is one of 2 remaining matches happening right now. The other one being Carney versus Sumi. Both of them fighting to make 5-2. And having a chance to make it into top cut at this point. Alright, here we go. Game 3. If Shadow Jeff wins, they guarantee themselves a slot in the top 8. If Dre wins this, both of them get knocked. Both of the players end up at 5-2 and are going to have to fight it out for resistance for the top 8. We are starting with the Starmie and the Sneasler this time. And the Rotom, Wash, Whimsicott on the other. Whimsicott is being brought back. King Gambit being thrown out in its place. Mega Starmie hitting the field. And Fake Out going into the Rotom slot, meaning that not a lot's going to happen for Dredre this turn. Rotom taking most of its... Yeah, Rotom taking most of its HP pool in damage and flinching. Starmie going for the Protect this time, not liking the fact that two Pokemon strong against it are on the opposite side. King Gambit going for the Protect as well, probably calling the close combat into that slot. No, instead it's going to be a coaching into the Mega Starmie. And that's a Will-O-Wisp into the Sneasler slot, lowering its attack power a little bit and giving it a bit of chip damage. Both players having an abundance of caution going here. Starmie goes for the Aqua Jet into Rotom, finishing it off. Not wanting to see that get any damage. And because the Aqua Jet's faster than the King Gambit, the Snucker Punch fails. That close combat goes right on into it, bringing it down to 1 HP. Got a Focus Sash on the King Gambit? No, it's just EV to live that. Okay. No Choppleberry. Charizard will come out on the field now. Charizard will Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard Y. And Starmie goes for the Protect once again. Charizard also hitting the Protect button this turn. Sneasler going for another Coaching. That's going to boost that damage on that Starmie even more. And Gambit going for the Kowtow Cleave, not going to connect through the Protect. Yeah, Shadow Jeff just feels like he has this one in the bag at this point. Sneasler will get pulled back now. Bring in Pelipper. Further boosting the damage on the water attacks coming out of that Starmie. That Aqua Jet not doing much right now into the Protect. But that Solar Beam is going to be slowed down a little bit because without the sun. Tough match. Shadow Jeff looks like he's managing to play this exactly the way he needs to. Charizard going down to that one single Aqua Jet from the Mega Starmie. And that Hurricane from the Pelipper going into the Kingambit, going to finish off that one remaining HP. Meaning that Dre has been left with just the Whimsicott in the back versus 4 of his opponent's Pokemon still remaining. Yeah, that's going to be a forfeit from Dre, from John there. Yeah, from JNR Salvador. Forfeiting that round. Because, yeah, there's not a whole lot you're going to do there, unfortunately. But what that is Shadow Jeff guaranteeing themselves a slot in the top 8, because now we have 5 6-1s. So, 3 5-2s are going to make it into the top cut. I'm going to stop hitting the wrong buttons here. I'm doing it with one hand. I will very quickly bring the standings back up so I block everything as I do this. We're going to end that round. Oh, before I do that, I should 100% do the thing that I always forget to do. Give people a second. Not that I think this matters, but we're going to do it because every time I don't, I regret it. Go ahead, hit the button, end the round, set up next phase, starting bracket. Alright, top 8 pairings should be up. We got Sabo, Rix, Nemesis, Shadow Jeff, Johnny Aiko, Master Mark, Dr. Wildey, and Carney, making it into the top 8 of tonight's tournament. I can just refresh the pairings you're looking at. No, not the standings. There we go. Going to announce that quickly. Alrighty. So let's see, which top 8 match are we going to, if it would actually let me put the thing up on my screen, because my mouse doesn't like to actually click things sometimes. We have shown basically everybody. You know who I haven't shown at all tonight out of the entirety of this thing? I haven't shown Rix yet, and I haven't shown Dr. Wildey. We're gonna go to Dr. Wildey versus Carney. I think that's the match we want to be looking at here. Just waiting for the opponent to show up to their match. Just because Carney hadn't quite shown up to the chat yet, I dropped into the Discord because they were chatting about stuff, and I was just like, hey, you made top 8, by the way. So, should hopefully be along very shortly here. Hey, JNR. Nice job in that last match. We were watching the tail end of that. You did really good there. Nice attempt. I know that match was kind of the win or lose. That was kind of your winning in, I guess, there. Or at very least, your win and have a chance of being in. You made really big mistakes, just realized after the fact in round 3. Yeah. Game 1, I didn't see, but I saw you won it. Game 2, really close. Yeah. Game 2 was just kind of unfortunate positioning at the end. Not much we can do about that, though. Yeah, Game 3 was literal brain fog. Oh. All good, though. Great practice. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, well, we're, looks like we're going here. Ready to move, almost. Top 8. Gonna remove the standings from the screen. Good luck to those in Top Cut, indeed. We're gonna go ahead and spectate our top 8 match of choice. Alrighty. Well, we're in the top 8. Dr. Wildy coming out with the Mammoth Swine once again. I haven't managed to see any of their games all night. Our winner from last week, everybody. Versus Carney, one of our regulars. Wildy has a neat lineup. It's the same team they were using in last week's tournament when they won. So, Dragonite and Mammoth Swine coming out up front. Actually, were they using a Dragonite last week? I don't remember the Dragonite offhand. I remember the rest of the team. But I think maybe they had... I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. But we got the Dragonite Mamoswine opposite the Palafin and the Frostlass. We're gonna see the Mega Evolution here from the Frostlass. Right, first and foremost, we're withdrawing the Palafin and bringing out Heat Rotom instead. The Mega evolving the Mega Frostlass. Bringing in the snow. Frostlass going to use Blizzard, outspeeding everything, nearly taking out the Dragonite, doing a lot more damage than you'd think to the Mamoswine. Dragonite's going to set up that Tailwind. And Mamoswine's going for the Earthquake. Not going to do much to the Rotom, but it's still going to hit the Mega Frostlass. Doing almost half of its HP. And I guess Ice doesn't resist Ice, but Ground is still weak to it. So yeah, I guess Mamoswine would get hit hard by that. But now Wildie has the Tailwind advantage going. Mamoswine is going to get swapped back for Glamora. Frostlass going for Protect this turn. Dragonite will hit the Protect with that Dragon Claw. And Rotom is going to go for that Overheat into what was the Mamoswine, but now it's Glamora. And since that's not a contact move, the Toxic Debris does not go off. Carney's bringing back the Rotom. And bringing out the King Gambit in its place. While Dr. Wildie's going to bring out the Mega Glamora. He goes directly for that Power Gem into Frostlass, picking up the KO. And the Dragon Claw going into the Gambit, not doing a huge amount because it's resisted by the Steel typing. But the Mega Frostlass is down. And Palafin is returning to the field. Gambit going to use Protect. Dragonite's going for that extreme speed. Both Pokemon are protecting, though, so not much is going to come about from this turn. Palafin was double targeted by both, and the Tailwind is now gone. Not that I think it matters a huge amount right now. Palafin maybe, but... Glamora goes for the spiky shield, expecting a shot here. Palafin will go for a wave crash into the Dragonite to try and finish it off. And King Gambit is going to go for the Iron Head into the spiky shield, which is going to do a little bit of chip damage. Oh, minus the snow now. The Wildie is going to bring out their Basculete. Oh, Basculetion's going to see a swap out already into the Mana Swine. That will be a Jet Punch into the Glamora, finishing it off. And a Sucker Punch attempt, which won't land. But, well, that is a forfeit from Dr. Wildie, giving Carney the win. Because, yeah, that hit put Wildie in a bad position. They don't think they can come back from it there. So, that will give Carney the Game 1 win. We're going into Game 2, everybody. A big swing to one of my drinks. Yeah. Looks like all of the matches currently are playing. Yeah. Good. Entire top 8 is present currently, so that's nice. Not always the case. Alright, Game 2. Carney managed to eke out a victory in that game. Wildie changing up their game plan with Meganium and King Gambit up front. Carney seems to be going for the same leads he was last time. As Dr. Wildie figured out a good plan for dealing with Carney's team. Palafin is getting swapped back once again in place for the Rotom. And that Mega Frostlass is coming on out. You're going to see the Mega Meganium here as well. We are, in fact. Meganium will Mega Evolve here. King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch into the Frostlass. nearly KOing it, leaving it with 27 HP. That Blizzard is going to hit like a truck. Meganium is also going to be left super low. And be frozen solid. Oh, the lucky break on that one. Oh, that freeze is unfortunate for Wildy. Meganium not able to do anything. It was probably going to probably pick up the KO into the Frostlass, if not just be aiming a Solar Beam directly into the Rotom slot where the Palafin used to be. Not what Wildy wants to see when Carney's already up one game. Palafin immediately coming back out for the Frostlass. Meganium thawing out immediately to use Protect. Oh, the luck. That is a Sucker Punch aimed at the Frostlass slot. And Rotom's going to go for that Overheat into the King Gambit, easily picking up that KO. Dragonite coming out in place of the King Gambit. Meganium not looking so good right now. Could very much use the Tailwind right now. Heck, I think even a Jet Punch from the Palafin might even be able to KO the Meganium at this moment. Are we going to see a swap out then, or are we going to go for double Protect? This is almost certainly going to be the Tailwind from the Dragonite to try and set up speed advantage here. I don't see a world in which Wildy wins here without Tailwind going up. The Frostlass will return to the field. And Palafin goes for the Wave Crash into Meganium, picking up that KO as well. Meganium just physically unable to do anything that entire game. Dragonite going for that Dragon Claw. Nice. Leaving the Palafin with 69 remaining HP. Mamoswine coming out to the field. It's 4-on-2. Carney definitely has the Pokemon advantage, even if Carney's 2 Pokemon up front have really low HP. Dragonite goes for the Protect this time, expecting the Blizzard. Which, there it is. Blizzard going off into the Mamoswine. We saw before, Mamoswine lives that. The Wave Crash going into the Dragonite, giving the chance for the Mamoswine to use Earthquake. Will it be enough to KO the Palafin? It will be. Evening up this game 2-all. This means the Rotom's coming back out, and one more Pokemon at full HP that Carney still has in the back, which is the King Gambit. Earthquake's not doing much to the Rotom. Gambit, on the other hand, is not going to like getting hit by it. Dragonite, still kind of the wild card here at full HP. Nothing that Carney has remaining is super effective, but Mamoswine going to Protect, expecting them to try and finish it off this turn. Rotom goes for the Overheat, hits the Protect. Dragonclaw going into the King Gambit, not doing a whole lot, unfortunately. But that Gambit's going to kowtow cleave the Dragonite, doing a little more damage than the Dragonite was doing it. Well, one of the top 8 matches has completed. At Shadow Jeff beating Nemesis. Oh, okay. The other two matches going on are both 1-1 right now, so they could end at any time. Rotom goes for that Overheat into the Mamoswine, picking up the KO rather easily. Mamoswine getting taken out. And Dragonclaw going into the King Gambit again, bringing it down to half of its HP. And that kowtow is going to hurt. Hey, Raj. No problem. Always a blast. Good run. I saw you just got beaten in your match. Speaking of, Carney getting the 2-0 win against last week's winner, Dr. Wildey. This looked like an unfortunate matchup for Wildey. How are we doing right now? Yeah, we got one winner on each side of the top 4 brackets. So we're just waiting on Sabo versus Rix and John versus Master Mark to finish up so we can start top 4. Both of those matches are 1-1 right now. We're going to go ahead and pull Carney's team back up. In the meantime, to have something showing on screen. We saw it earlier. We already went over this team earlier in the stream. We watched Carney win earlier as well. It looks like the match on the other side of the bracket has finished. So we're looking at Sabo versus Shadow Jeff in the top 4. Just waiting on the winner of John versus Master Mark to see who's going to face off against Carney in top 4. But in the meantime, I think that just means we move ourselves over to the Shadow Jeff versus Sabo match. There's the code. Alrighty. We're ready for our top 4 match choice here. We got Sabo and his Venusaur team, the Mega Venusaur team that we've seen earlier on, Shadow Jeff's powerful Mega Starmie team that we've only really seen half matches for up to this point. Promises to be a good match. Alright, let's see it. We got Sneasler and Starmie. We saw this combo go off really hard earlier. And we got Pelipper Basculegion on the other side. Both sides like to use their rain for these teams, so we'll see how well this goes. We will see the Mega Evolution from the Starmie. And Sneasler going for the Fake Out into the Pelipper. And it will have a Wave Crash from the Basculegion immediately, chunking that Sneasler down to its Focus Sash. 1 HP remaining. Starmie will go for that Psycho Cut to end the Pelipper before it can do anything. Archaludon will come out in Pelipper's place. I don't think they can go... Before we saw them go for the Starmie protecting Sneasler using coaching. I don't know if they can safely go for that right now with Sneasler having that low HP. And Basculegion more than likely outspeeding. The Sneasler will get swapped out for the Sinistcha. Basculegion going for that Wave Crash again. Doing a admirable almost half of Sinistcha's HP and damage there. Starmie goes for the Psycho Cut. That'll KO the Basculegion. And that will be an Electro Shot from the Archaludon. Almost certainly aimed directly at the Starmie. Managing to pick up that OHKO. The Venusaur coming out in place of the Basculegion, bringing Sabo down to their last 2. The Mega Starmie is down, but the Sneasler is back out on the field for Shadow Jeff. Threatening some fake-out pressure here to prevent this from getting too bad. The other top 4 match has been won. The other top 8 match has been won. Master Mark did eke his way out to face off against Carney in the top 4. And that'll be the Pelipper coming out in place of the Sneasler. Arcaludon not caring, going for that Flash Cannon to try and end the Sneasler, but meeting the Pelipper instead. And Venusaur gonna go for a Sludge Bomb into that slot anyways, not wanting anything to happen on that slot. That Sneasler has come back out. It is 2-all for this. I don't know that this is a good position for Shadow Jeff at this point. The Sneasler is basically dead to anything, and the Sinistcha is not going to be able to do a whole lot once it's gone. Especially not with that Venusaur. Especially not with that Mega Venusaur. Arcaludon goes for Protect, expecting the close combat out of the Sneasler, which is exactly what happens. And Venusaur goes for the Earth Power to finish off the Sneasler entirely. Leaving Shadow Jeff with nothing but the Sinistcha, which is probably not going to be able to do a whole lot. I mean, Strength Sap to try and lower Venusaur's attack power when it's a special attacker. But yeah, that will be a forfeit. Shadow Jeff is declaring that he doesn't think he can come back from that, which, yeah, if I remember correctly, Shadow Jeff's Sinistcha only has Machagacha, which is going to be resisted into both of those Pokemon. But we're going into game 2. Rick, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but your boy Sabo is doing real good. I was reading the match chat. Shadow Jeff was complimenting Sabo on how well he read them that match. Yeah, he eliminated you, but he's cooking. He really is. Alright, we're going into game 2. Shadow Jeff's going to start off with Sneasler and Dragonite, while we got Arcaludon and Pelipper starting on Sabo's end. Jeff not going for the Starmie immediately, since that didn't go very well the last game. Arcaludon is returning to Sabo for Basculegion to come out. And we will see the Mega Dragonite from Shadow Jeff instead of the Starmie this time around. Sneasler goes for the fake out, but it's into the Pelipper slot, unfortunately. And that will be a tailwind from the Mega Dragonite. Pelipper flinching, not being able to do much. Putting Sabo's team at the speed disadvantage. Though the Choice Scarf Basculegion is still going to be pretty fast in this scenario. Just, I don't know if it's Mega Dragonite fast. Sneasler goes for the Dire Claw into the Pelipper, not quite going to KO it, but the Dragonite's going for that Dragon Pulse just to end the Pelipper before it's able to do anything in this game. The Basculegion is going immediately for the flip turn into the Sneasler, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. And swapping out to bring back in either the Archaludon or the fourth Pokemon he has in the back, but it is in fact the Archaludon that is coming in. And the Basculegion will follow back into the other slot. Mega Dragonite will go for the Protect, not wanting to chance the incoming damage from the Archaludon. Sneasler goes for the close combat, leaving Archaludon with 29 HP remaining. That's going to be the White Herb. Going off, reset. No White Herb for the Sneasler. Ooh, okay. That will be an Electro Shot from the Archaludon. Going right into that Protect as well, but it still gets a special attack buff from it, so it's not completely lost. That Sneasler's very threatening to the Archaludon right now. Special attack and defense buff aside. Archaludon goes for the Protect, not wanting to chance it, assuming that attacks will come into it. Sure enough, that'll be a close combat, hitting the Protect. Dragonite goes for the Hurricane to try and end the Basculegion. Not quite managing to pick up the KO, and that'll be a flip turn into the Sneasler to end it. Basculegion returning to Sabo to bring out that elusive fourth Pokemon that we haven't seen yet, which is the Venusaur. We're going to see the Mega Venusaur come out here. Assume it's not terribly fond of being across from that Mega Dragonite, but that'll be the Pelipper coming out on Shadow Jeff's side. Yeah, two strong Hurricane users in the rain across from a Venusaur is not a position that a Mega Venusaur wants to be in. It gets a resist to ice and fire to balance that out, but it's still weak to flying. The Venusaur will Mega Evolve. The Pelipper will aim the Hurricane directly at it, doing a lot more damage than I'm sure Sabo wants to see. And getting the Confusion. That will be a Dragon Pulse into the Archaludon, taking out the Archaludon completely, finally. But the Mega Venusaur has a chance to move. It will use the Sludge Bomb into the Dragonite. Not doing a whole lot, but picking up the poison, though. The rain has stopped. But Shadow Jeff is up 3 Pokemon to Sabo's 2. Basculegion is looking pretty rough. Pelipper will be swapped back, bringing in the Sinistcha that's been sitting in the back, healing up Dragonite almost to full. That will be the last respects, going into what was the Pelipper slot, taking out the Sinistcha, leaving both Pokemon up to the Mega Dragonite, which is going for that Dragon Pulse, finish off the Basculegion. Which puts Sabo in a horrible position because the Pelipper and the Dragonite are both faster than Mega Venusaur, which hits itself in confusion, not allowing itself to do anything. Yeah, that's gonna be a forfeit from Sabo this time, giving Shadow Jeff a win, taking this to Game 3. There's a couple of unfortunate statuses in that match. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Master Mark is currently down 1 game to Carney. We're going into Game 3, everybody. Alright, we're going into Game 3. We're tied 1 apiece. Shadow Jeff managed to squeak that back, switching to Mega Dragonite instead of the Mega Starmie for this match. Is Sabo going to figure out a way to bypass that and deal with Shadow Jeff? And will Shadow Jeff stick to the same plan? Alright, Game 3, here we go. Shadow Jeff sending out Dragonite Sneasler once again. And we're starting the same we did in Game 1 with the incredibly powerful Turn 1 combo that is Basculegion and Pelipper. I do think last time Sabo messed up by going for Archelodon first and swapping into Basculegion. So obviously expecting a different set of leads, but if he just started with Pelipper Basculegion, I'm sure that last Game 2 would have gone a lot different. The Mega Dragonite is coming out already. That will be a flip turn into the Dragonite. No fake out from the Sneasler either. We're bringing in Whimsicott. close combat going into the Pelipper slot. I assume he was assuming it was going to switch out for our Caludon or something. Or just going for extra damage to make sure the KO when the Dragon Pulse just ends the Pelipper. That is 3 games in a row that Sabo's Pelipper has just been focused down by Shadow Jeff. Like, Jeff just really does not want to deal with that Pelipper. That will be Vasculegion coming back out to the field. We're going to see maybe a Moonblast from the Whimsicott. Was the flip turn aimed for the Dragonite? Maybe to drop multi-scale? Blaster Specs going into the Sneasler, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. Sneasler going for the Dire Claw into the Whimsicott, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. But getting the Paralysis! Oh, that's unfortunate for Sabo. The Hurricane going into the Vasculegion. Not going to be able to KO it. And that will, in fact, be the Moonblast. But it's going into the Sneasler to pick up the KO into that. For a critical hit. The Hospitality from Sinistcha swapping in. Hick heals it. Heals up the Dragonite. That sentence could have been a lot worse if I didn't catch myself. Sinistcha goes for the Rage Powder, trying to draw off the attacks. That is a Last Respects from the Vasculegion. Gonna OHKO the Sinistcha entirely. But that Hurricane is definitely gonna find its mark and finish that off. But that is an Endeavor. Ooh! That is an Endeavor out of the Whimsicott from Sabo. Yeah, we saw that earlier go off, and yeah, a lot of people were watching. And very interested at that. That Dragonite's looking a lot worse for wear after getting hit by that Endeavor. But we still got Whimsicott and our Caludon on the field. Whimsicott not looking great with the Paralysis, though. The Archaludon, however, is in a pretty good position so long as the Dragonite doesn't stay up too long. But we do have the Tailwind going. Tailwind going from the Whimsicott right now. And Archaludon going for the Electro Shot. Is that just a... Oh. Just completely obliterating the Pelipper. Not sure that was the best target. But Archaludon lives that... Archaludon lives the Dragon Pulse, heals up a little with its leftovers, and is still faster because of the Tailwind, and that Dragonite's only got 1 HP left. Either the Whimsicott or the Archaludon can just end it here. Yep, there's the electro shot. Aiming directly at that Dragonite. Sabo is absolutely cooking tonight. Bringing that back. Rough game 2, brings it back in game 3 to win their top 4 match. Sabo's going to finals. Absolutely goated top 4 match. Let's fucking go. Right, on the other side of things, Carney is still up 1-0 against Master Mark. Sabo is him. That is right, Calm. Sabo's just putting in work tonight. We're gonna plot the standings on screen while I enter this room code. Alrighty, well, let's get right into this. This is currently game 2. Oh, that already ended? Okay. What happened? Oh, okay, so Master Mark apparently won game 2 just now. So we're gonna spectate just in time for game 3. Okay, here we go. Alright, Floette and Aerodactyl coming on out. We got Carney bringing out Rotom and Frostlass up front. We will see the Mega Evolution from Carney's Frostlass as usual. Aerodactyl going for the Protect, not chancing anything right now. Floette as well, just kinda getting the lay of the land here. Rotom going for the Electro Web, trying to slow them both down. And that will be the Blizzard from the Mega Frostlass into both of the Protects. Carney's plan here, obviously slow down both enemy targets and just go for the Gusto with the damage. How will Mark respond now that he's seen that happening? Oh, Carney's going to take the Rotom back. Try and surprise. by bringing out the King Gambit instead to deal with the Mega Floette. The Aerodactyl will also get swapped out for Mark's own King Gambit. Floette will Mega Evolve as well here. The Frostlass will get the Blizzard off first, not doing a huge amount of damage to both targets. But Floette's going for that Light of Ruin into the Mega Frostlass slot, wiping it out completely in a single hit at the cost of half its max HP. But, you know, right now that's a pretty worth it thing. Carney brings out their Garchomp to replace Mega Frostlass in this scenario. Carney will withdraw the King Gambit as well, bringing the Rotom back out onto the field. This is probably an Earthquake. The Gambit is also getting swapped out for the Aerodactyl, probably predicting the Earthquake coming in, same as I am. Floette going for the Protect, not wanting to take that damage. Garchomp goes for the Earthquake, but it's not going to hit anything. Mega Floette getting swapped back out for the Rotom Wash in the back. Aerodactyl going for that Protect again, just to make sure. Rotom tries to trick the Choice Scarf onto it to stop it from doing a Tailwind. But the Aerodactyl Protect. Aerodactyl just isn't getting hit. Once again, nobody's getting hit by that Earthquake. Carney taking the Rotom back out again, bringing the King Gambit back in. Aerodactyl going for that Rock Slide, not doing a huge amount of damage to the two Pokemon on the field, even though it was a crit on the King Gambit. Garchomp also going for a Rock Slide of its own, doing a good amount of damage to Aerodactyl, not so much to Rotom. Rotom gets the flinch. Very tense game 3 going on here. Aerodactyl goes for the Tailwind, getting some speed advantage going for Mark's Pokemon. Rotom goes for the Will-O-Wisp into the King Gambit, lowering that thing's damage output for the rest of the game. Garchomp going for the Rock Slide, going to KO the Aerodactyl entirely now. But Rotom still has a... Oh yeah, it's already done thing. And we get a Kowtow into the Rotom. Not doing quite as much damage with that burn on the King Gambit now. Mark's actually landing Will-O-Wisps this game. The last time I spectated him, they kept missing. The Mega Floette making its way back out to the field. Garchomp going for the Protect. Floette is, in fact, going for the Moonblast into the King Gambit. Not quite going to pick up the KO. But that Thunderbolt added on top of it is definitely going to finish the job. Mark has got a bit of a commanding lead going here. The Rotom Heat returning to the field. Mark needs to get a double KO here real fast. If not Mark, Carney needs to get a double KO on Mark if he hopes to get ahead on this at all. Garchomp gets another Protect. And Floette goes for the Moonblast, catching the Protect this time. And Rotom goes for the Electro Web, trying to slow down the enemy team a little bit here so the Garchomp can move first. That Hydro Pump is going directly into Rotom. Not going to go very well for him, unfortunately. Now the question is does this put Floette in Rock Slide range? I would assume so. I would assume the Rotom might not be, though. Garchomp going for the third Protect in a row. That fails, and that's going to be a Moonblast. Directly into Carney's Garchomp. Unfortunately, that is going to be the round for Master Mark. Oh, instead of Carney. Master Mark taking that top 4 game 2-1. We're going to pull the top on screen again. We're going to get ready to watch the finals between Sabo and Master Mark. Have a room code, so let's enter that in quickly. Alrighty. Alright, and that is going to be the matchup for our final round of this tournament. Good luck to both finalists indeed. The score is going to be reversed from what's actually on screen, by the way. I've already got Master Mark's name written in the first slot. I'm gonna leave it there, even though they're kind of opposite right now on screen. Actually, I won't do that. I will actually just do it properly. I'm just gonna... I have a moment. I don't need to. I don't need to rush through. We can just do that. All right. Time for the final round of the night between Sabo and Master Mark. Mark starting with the Aerodactyl and Floette, whereas Sabo's starting with that same powerhouse combo that got him both rounds in top 4, Pelipper and Basculegion. Master Mark removes the Floette and brings out his Wash Rotom, probably expecting a Wave Crash or something. Flip turn into that slot. Good call on Mark's part. Rotom resisting a little bit as the Basculegion swaps out in favor of... Here comes the Venusaur. And Aerodactyl is going to go for a Tailwind to give their side the speed advantage. Pelipper is also going to drop the Tailwind. Give their team the same. Both players seem to have a pretty good idea of what they're doing here. Venusaur is immediately getting swapped out for the Arcaludon. Rotom going for the Protect right out of the gate. Dual Wing Beat immediately going into what was at one point the Venusaur slot. Arcaludon getting a cheeky double stamina boost from the Wing Beats. And Pelipper going for that Weather Ball into the Aerodactyl, bringing it down to 1 HP remaining. That would be the Focus Sash. Arcaludon now sitting on a +2 defense. Not going to be caring hugely about the Aerodactyl's attacks at this point. Especially not the Garchomp or the Kingambit if they're in the back. Aerodactyl will be swapped out. Garchomp is coming out. That will be a Weather Ball from Pelipper into the Rotom slot, knocking it down to half of its HP. Rotom will go for that Thunderbolt into the Pelipper slot, hitting the OHKO. And that'll be an Electro Shot from the Arcaludon, giving itself a special attack buff to boot on top of the defense ones. And is this targeted into... It was targeted into the Aerodactyl slot, not the Rotom. So no damage, but it does get a special attack buff. And its leftovers will bring it back up to full HP as well. Basculegion returning to the field now. Last Respects going into the Garchomp slot, taking half of its HP away. Garchomp will go for the Earthquake right now. Doing more to the Basculegion than it's doing to the Archaludon with those now 3 stamina boosts. Rotom going for that Will-O-Wisp into Basculegion, trying to nerf the incoming damage from those Last Respects. Archaludon will charge up another Electro Shot. Aiming it directly at Rotom this time. +2? Yeah, it's gonna KO. Aerodactyl coming back out to the field. Worse for wear after getting hit earlier in the game. Aerodactyl going for the Protect. Not wanting to get hit by anything this turn. The Last Respects was targeted into the Aerodactyl to try and finish it off. Garchomp goes for the Earthquake. Finishing off Basculegion, doing absolutely nothing to the Archaludon, except giving it yet another stamina boost. Archaludon goes for a Flash Cannon into the Garchomp. +2 Flash Cannon, definitely going to KO that. With that, the rain is stopped. Archaludon is going to heal up a little bit, and the Floette is going to hit the field once again. Not going to be terribly fond of the fact that it has to contend with a +2 Archaludon and a Mega Venusaur. Mega Floette is going to make an appearance. And the Venusaur as well will Mega Evolve. Aerodactyl going for that dual wing beat into the Venusaur. Not going to pick up, not going to take the KO, but doing at least a little over half its health and damage. And that is a Light of Ruin going into the Archaludon slot. And will pick up the KO. The Venusaur has a chance to KO the Floette or the... Ooh, okay, yep. That is the Aerodactyl being KO'd, so it doesn't have to worry about that dual wing beat anymore. But that Floette is still very threatening to the Venusaur. Floette goes for a second Light of Ruin. Not picking up the KO on the Venusaur. The Venusaur survives on 5 HP. And Sludge Bomb going into the Floette will pick up the KO, taking game 1 for Sabo. Oh, that was down to the wire, everybody. The Venusaur living that Light of Ruin was absolutely huge. My mouse is actually functioning now, so I'm gonna mark that one game for Sabo. All right, we're down to game 2 here. Sabo is up 1 game versus Master Mark. Game 1 was right down to the wire. Venusaur living on 5 HP from a Light of Ruin and going on to KO the Floette just to win the game. Absolutely huge. All right, Master Mark starting us off with Garchomp and Rotom this time. Sabo's changing things up, starting off with Archelodon and Pelipper. Pelipper going for the wide guard, hoping to stop any earthquakes or rock slides here from the Garchomp. But the Garchomp is going for Stomping Tantrum into the Archelodon, not wanting to let it build up the stamina buffs this time. Rotom goes for the Thunderbolt, completely OHKOing the Pelipper right there with a critical hit. Not that that's necessary. We saw the Thunderbolt OHKO the Pelipper fine on its own earlier. Archelodon going for the Electro Shot, getting that special attack buff. And I am assuming this is aimed directly at the Rotom. Alright, half of Rotom's HP in damage. Only 1 special attack buff that time, unlike last time where it had 2 under its belt. Basculegion coming out on the field. Neither player's got Tailwind right now. It is a last respect going out into the Rotom, finishing it off entirely. Garchomp's gonna use Earthquake. I'm fairly certain this, yeah. But after that 1 stamina buff, Archelodon will not be KO'd by that. And we'll go for the Flash Cannon into the Garchomp, taking out over half of its HP. Archelodon really can't take another hit. That's Q for the Mega Floette to hit the field. Basculegion will go back in favor of the Venusaur. Floette Mega Evolves. Garchomp will go for Protect instead of getting any damage in this turn. And Floette's going to go for the Dazzling Gleam, split that damage up, take out the Archaludon, and deal a little bit of damage to the Venusaur. Not a whole lot. But that gives Sabo the ability to bring back out the Basculegion, and a good chance to Mega Evolve that Venusaur. We already know how that goes. Basculegion can probably pick up the KO into the Garchomp here. Garchomp did just Protect, so it's going to be a risky thing to try and do that again. If it swaps whatever Pokemon in the back, it's probably also going to get KO'd by Last Respects. So Basculegion does in fact go for that Last Respects. Does pick up the KO into the Garchomp, as I was predicting. Dazzling Gleam out of the Floette. Not quite going to KO the Basculegion. Not doing enough to the Venusaur. And that Sludge Bomb is going to do a lot to Floette. All comes down to what that last Pokemon is, because we're down 2 Pokemon each. Those Sabos are both in rough shape. The Aerodactyl is in the back. Does the Basculegion have the capability to just wipe it off the field before it can do anything? Because that Aerodactyl is very threatening to the Venusaur, and that Venusaur needs its HP to deal with Floette. Aerodactyl does go for the Protect, though. As does Venusaur, not wanting to chance things here. Basculegion does go for the Last Respects into Floette, picking up the KO, predicting the Protect properly. Or at very least deciding it didn't work, it was worried about the Floette and not the Aerodactyl. And Basculegion goes for the Last Respects into Aerodactyl, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. Aerodactyl will go for that Rock Slide, trying to KO the Basculegion and dish some damage to the Venusaur. Venusaur now gets an attack off too. And Giga Drain will finish the Aerodactyl, giving this tonight's tournament to Sabo. Damn good matches all around tonight, everybody. Oh my goodness. Both finalists did great. Down to the wire in both games. But yeah, no, Sabo just had an amazing run tonight. Well done on everybody's side of things here. Oh. Alright, yeah, congrats to both finalists. That was so good. Everybody did amazingly. Alrighty. Well, that's going to be it for me. It is 3:30 in the morning for me. I'm going to find somebody to raid off to, and that is after I finalize the bracket anyway. Alrighty. Yep, that is that. The tournament for tonight. I will plop the standings up onto the screen one more time at the end here. If I can, here we go. Can you, I wish my mouse would actually click when I try and click sometimes. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and pop the standings up on screen while I finish up. It truly the GOAT. I'm going to find someone to raid off to, and then I am going to get to bed myself here. Who's on still at this point? I mean, obviously there's Master Mark, who is probably just finishing up for the night. We've got the Master Mark who's finishing up right now, so we're not going to bother. We've got, I don't know who some of these people are. People I haven't talked to in ages. Who's still, is anybody from V Canada still on? That is the question right now. It is 3:30 in the morning. Maybe some of the VC got, no, I am the last person online right now from V Canada. Okay, well, everybody's gone to bed. Cool, good to know. We're gonna raid, you know what'll be fun too? Let's, anybody playing Pokemon specific? No? Okay, well, I know exactly who I'm raiding off to. It'll be funny, at very least. Haven't talked to Farquaad in a while. We're going to go and drop a nice-sized raid onto, Farquaad. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you very much for coming out tonight. It's been fun doing these matches and commentary and just watching everybody go through this. We have an amazing tournament tonight. Congrats to Sabo. Thanks to everybody for coming out. You too, Gigi. Always great to have as many people out as possible. We do this most Sundays. The other alternative thing is I end up playing D&D, as our old D&D games run Sunday nights. But if those happen, I won't be streaming the tournament. If those get canceled, which they have a lot in the last year, then I'll be streaming this tournament. Anyways, we're going to raid off the Farquaad. He's currently playing Forza right now. So thank you all very much for coming out. I will see you again next week for tournament, hopefully. And definitely tomorrow when I'm going to be, I think, yeah, Overkill said he's busy on Mondays from now on, so Monday's probably going to be my solo game day. Maybe more champions, might be Oblivion. We'll find out how I feel tomorrow. Thank you all for coming out. I'll see you again. Peace. Oh, okay, Sabo. Congrats, by the way. Excellent run. Anyways, I gotta go. Bye.